Can people hear us?
Oh, they can.
Can they see us?
Nope.
Can they see me?
They cannot see you.
Can they see? You see? Sorry.
You don't see anything except for our logo. I'm just trying to say, welcome to tonight's DreadLore. I don't know. We're not even DreadLore's Geeky Gamer podcast. We're just
What's DreadLore?
Geeky Gamers that podcast. This happens every week, Thursdays at 7-ish p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the evening. Thank you to our Patreon members, Tim Roberts, Daniel, Holker, and Nostalgic for helping this magic happen, as well as art media production by Couchfire Media. And all the other crap comes with Trois Riblé Productions. That's right, Trois Riblé Productions. The most
active. Very active.
No reason to be like that. And thank you to our awesome guest tonight, Jeff McNeil.
Jeff McNeil.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Yes. So, we on this podcast. What a weird word, podcast. We've got Ken Howl. Ken, who are you?
I don't even know anymore.
Who are you?
In this post-COVID generation, I don't know who I am. I feel like I'm a meat puppet that roams around, former journalist and now podcaster about a subject matter that I am not entirely aware of exactly what's going on. So I'm going to go with
millennial.
I am Generation X, deep into it, and not to date me. But really, I'm more interested in Holker and who the sponsor is.
Yeah, Holker, who are you? Tonight. And Holker, who's the sponsor for tonight?
My name is Daniel, and some would say that my generation is known as the Oregon Trail generation. Not millennials, not Gen X. We oftentimes end up on one or the other, depending upon where exactly people draw the line. But we're called the Oregon Trail generation because, well, we grew up with, we started with the Oregon Trail, and now we've got iPhones. Our sponsor tonight is End User License Agreements. Don't worry about it. Let's just move on. Just click OK. Don't worry about what's in there. Let's move on. It's not going to come back to you. Don't worry about it. Just click OK. Just click it. Will, click OK.
It's been
All right,
clicked.
don't read it. All right.
What is this motorcycle picture that I have to click? God damn it.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about the language in there.
Indeed. And last but not least, Mr. McNeil, almost soon to be Dr. McNeil. Who are you?
Certainly hope so. Well, Jeffrey McNeil, I have a publication. I have one. That's what I am right now. Now, I am.
Now I'm complete.
Yeah, that's it. Check that out. So, what am I? I mean, if I'm being honest, I'm a school teacher. I teach 10th grade English at a rural high school in southeastern Kentucky to 90% or so population in poverty. Previously, a school principal at an affluent international school in China. World of different. No, China. I'm in the death throes of immigration for my wife as she is desperately trying to get here with my super cute 1-year-old baby so that we can actually hang out. I am not almost a doctor. I am still clawing and climbing my way into the realm of the PhD. But, we'll see how that goes. When I'm not teaching or, playing patty cake, I am gaming and, reading. Truly do. I'm also an avid traveler, a ardent reader, or should I say an avid reader, an ardent traveler. We'll say that. And a struggling home cook. There we go.
You can cook. Your cooking skills are legit.
Sometimes.
Yeah, this is a cooking show now. I was trying to cook, which is always a harrowing experience. I was cooking rice, and some people will be like, "Oh yeah, rice is easy." And rice is easy to cook, but there are ways to cook rice, specific ways to cook rice. So this is what I do. I put it in a bowl or whatever vessel it is, put the water in, wash it around, drain it. And I do this 3 times. Then I pick out any, issues, and then I go you there forth. I learned this from you.
Yeah, well, that's the method I know as well. And I'll tell you, rice is not easy to cook. My wife, who is Korean, growing up cooking and eating rice every single day, can pretty much only use a rice cooker. So whenever it gets to, doing it by eye or boiling it and measuring, she doesn't know. Like, she doesn't know the ratio or anything. So
Right. Well, it's your index finger, right? It's that first knuckle.
That's how I was taught for basmati.
I have so I used to, I know some friends of mine who are from India, and they had this weird method. They would just take a giant glass bowl, and it's almost like, I don't know how they did it, but they just threw in a bunch of basmati rice and water, and then like they put their hand in it, and they said, okay, and I guess they're like, okay, good, stick it in the microwave. And then 15 minutes later, it was better than anything I ever made.
Wow.
Well,
Dude.
My experience with making rice is that you go to the aisle where the rice is and the Kroger's, and it comes in this packet and it's got spices in it, and you just rip open the top and you pour it into boiling water and you just kind of walk away until all the water's gone, and it's rice.
It's rice. Well, I want to say it's like sushi cooks. Sushi is that a thing? Sushi cook. Sushi
yeah.
chef.
Chef.
Sushis.
Mm.
Sure.
This could be complete bullshit. Someone
It could
should
be a
fact check.
sous chef.
Oh my god.
Sushi chef. They got
Yeah.
those big rice containers. When I worked as a busboy in a Thai restaurant for a while, and that was different food than I didn't make that rice, but they had those what you were talking about, those big rice.
What I'm talking about
big
is
vats of rice.
I think in like proper like Kill Bill style sushi places. It takes you like years of just doing the rice before you can get to the fish cutting. And this could be complete bullshit, but I think it's 11 years. I don't know why. It's probably like 3 months. For some reason, in my mind, it's like 11 fucking years. You're like fucking cooking the shit out of rice.
I bet there's probably that.
You can't be a woman. What?
I bet there's probably that one guy who tells you that it's 11 years, and it really was 11 years for him, and everyone else is just laughing at him. They're like, yeah, we're gonna keep him there for 11 years. Yeah.
I mean, if it's a good gig, it's a good gig. It's whatever. Yeah. Whatever. Okay, so we're not going to continue talking about sushi, although I did just have some badass sushi. Okay. Jeff, what are you drinking? We're all from Kentucky. We're all from fucking Kentucky. Holy shit.
Look at that. Look at that. I am drinking Old Granddad 114.
Now, Old Granddad, this is not old. There's a lot of there's at least 3 bourbons that have similar names, right? Grandpappy Van Winkle.
Yeah,
right. There's several of those. Yeah, the Van Winkles.
Yeah. Okay. There's Old Granddad. There's another one that's a much cheaper version, and I forget what it's called.
Is that like Old Forester? Is that the one you're thinking
Maybe.
Of?
Anyway, Old Granddad 114 is solid. It's solid.
Yeah,
Old
it's first time I've had it.
Right. Old Forester's all right.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of ones.
What do you think of the 114?
Oh, it's great. I mean, I like kind of barrel strengths, so you know, nothing like a slap in the mouth. It reminds me of my granddad, so you know.
What do you? How do you drink your bourbon? Do you do it just like that? Do you do it neat? Do you do it on rocks? What do you do?
Wet.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as it's wet, I'm fine. I mean, I would probably eat it if it were dry, but I mean, so yeah. Anyway, I mean, normally I know honestly, just neat. I usually just pour it in a glass.
If it's higher proof, if it's bottled and bond, or if it's barrel strength, which I don't know if that's the same thing. I know bottle and bond is usually 100 proof, I believe, and I think the history behind it is there was fuckery, and so to ensure that your bourbon was not cut with water or something else, they like sealed up the barrel room, and so they're like, oh, it's bottled and bond. It's something along those lines. Does anyone know? Am I making this up?
Totally.
I am a bartender. That's where I've come from.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you get the bottled and bond Old Bardstown, which is, it's like $22 to $25 max. It's solid. It's solid bourbon. And I hate admitting it. But Evan Williams.
It's good. It's so good.
I hate admitting it.
It's so
this
good.
is $13.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't think anyone should ever feel bad because honestly, I mean, if you have a bourbon from Kentucky, at least this is how it used to be. Even the bad bourbons it was still good whiskey. You know,
right.
I mean, right. I could never handle Jim Beam because that's what, you know, my drunk father used to drink all the time. But I'm sure if he had been a different man, Jim Beam would have been fine. You know?
No.
Is that like two jokes about abuse that I've already made?
We're all
Right.
from Kentucky.
That's
We're
right.
all from Kentucky.
You know what I'm
Yes,
talking about, all of you.
Jim Beam.
That's right.
It's a hard drink. That's a hard pass. Like I'll drink it if like
Beam
that's
sucks.
what there is. But I almost have more nostalgia for Kentucky Gentlemen than Jim Beam,
Oh,
and that's
KG, baby.
harsh. Yeah, that's
Dude.
super harsh.
I went out to a place. So I'm in LA, and I go to bars. LA. I go to bars in the Valley, and they all have like crazy drinks, cocktail drinks, and like you're in like a dive bar, and they're like, "Do you want a paper plane?" And it's like that's I don't know if you all know, that's a pre-prohibition style drink. Like that's actually an actual cocktail. And we're in a dive bar, and I'm like, "Yeah, sure, give me the fucking paper plane." They pull out. So the paper plane is that's a bourbon drink. They pull out straight up Ancient Age. I was like, whoa, what are you doing? I don't want the paper plane. I don't want the paper plane. And they're like, no, this is good stuff.
Well, see, that's what my dad switched to when he after he switched jobs. He didn't have as much money anymore. He downgraded from Jim Beam to Ancient Age. So.
Anything that comes in plastic, man. Ooh,
right.
Ooh.
Jim Beam comes in plastic.
Yeah, Jim Beam blows.
Oh yeah.
I think I have. I think I've had extended family or friends that have made all of that at some point as like jobs.
Yeah, but you have like 1,000 cousins. Like really?
I'm sure you do too, right?
No. Hulker literally like he goes to a reunion and like meets my friends because they're all fucking related to him. Like seriously, what is your family like? How many cousins do you actually have?
So both of my
second cousins, right? Like
yes. Okay, so the way it works is I'm just going to go with true first cousins. Both of my parents are one of 8. So they each had 7 siblings, and I think I have true first cousins, not including their children. Probably around 31.
True first cousins.
Yeah, and of course they've got families of their own now, and which
are still first cousins, they're just removed.
First cousins once removed. Yeah. But there's been several branches of second cousins that we kind of kept up with over the years. I went to a family reunion in 2011, and there was about 80 people there, and they said turnout was pretty light.
It's a big fucking family. Anyway.
Yeah.
Ancient Age is some bullshit. You know what else is some bullshit? So when I was living in your house, Jeff, I went to the CVS down the way, and I was like, which is stupid because CVS is like crazy expensive, but as in compared to other stuff. But I was lazy, so I went to the CVS, and I was like, oh, I'll go in, get some bourbon, looking around, and I found this one bourbon bottle. The bottle's cool. It was like $12 for a fifth. I'll get that. Very old Barton. So I had very old Barton, and I messaged Nigel. I was like, hey man, check out this bourbon. And he was like, oh yeah, don't drink that. Okay, that's all I got. That's the entire story. Then I found $5 in the bottle, and it was a good story.
In the bottle.
So we know tons of. I've drank Jeff's bourbon. I visited you in Shanghai. It was you, me, Derek Thomas, Telvin. Who else was there? Richard. We gamed for like 2 weeks. Was it 1 week? 1 solid week of gaming? Or was it 2 weeks? Because I was there for 3 weeks.
I think it was 2. I'm not
I think
sure,
it was
though.
2 weeks. And so we're actually going to get into the gaming part of this. This is my segue. So I roll in. I'm leaving China. Like, I'm out. I'm done. I'm done with it. Goodbye. But first, I'm going to go visit Jeff. Now, Jeff lives in an incredibly small town. Jeff, go.
Zhangjiagang. It's 1.2 million people, but it feels like a little town. Like, I know that seems like a lot to your listeners' dumb American ears, but that's like straight up a small town.
Nothing. It's nothing. Like Zhangjiagang is like Chinese people don't know about it. They're like, where?
Yeah.
And they live next to it. Like, to get from Shanghai, which is, I don't understand the scope of Shanghai. Like, so I'm in Los Angeles. People are like, this city's big, and it is big. It is big, but I'm like, what'd you say?
I said it's 22 million people big.
Yeah, in the metropolitan area.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, it is big. Holker, how big is LA?
Okay, so LA County has around 10 or 12 million, and it really depends upon how you define LA. If you go from say Simi Valley down into Orange County and some of the Inland Empire, I think you're probably getting around 16 million people.
But you're not going to count old Orange County. Would you, Ken? If you were going to say, hey, this is LA, would you count Orange County?
I'm talking about.
It just depends. I mean, Orange County and then also, I mean, the LA County. I mean, I think the greater LA County, it's basically a megalopolis. It doesn't stop. I mean, there's no boundaries where the city starts and stops. So, I mean, I don't know. It depends on who you talk to. You can drive to San Diego basically and not leave a city. And I
see houses.
Yeah.
No, that's for real.
But
anyway, to my point,
Shanghai, some definitions put that at around 36 million.
So I'm in LA, rolling around. People are like, this place is really big. And I'm like, but I don't think it's as big as Shanghai. Now, that could be completely bullshit. But for real, like, I don't know how else to describe Shanghai except the intro scene to Blade Runner. Like that, I mean, it's actually not as smoggy, and there's not like fire plumes coming out of buildings
anymore.
But anyway, but like for real, like you're driving on an LA freeway, going through like spaghetti bullshit, and like it's like you're going up, but you're going down, and there's buildings, and it just keeps on going, and then it kind of ends, and you feel like you're in this massive city, and it's all changing, and there's all these weird people, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm talking to my lady friend, my girlfriend, who is from LA, and she's like, "Oh yeah, this is wild for you, isn't it?" And I'm like, "I mean, the buildings don't light up."
Yeah, right.
Like, Jeff, are you in northern Hunan?
He was. No, he was in Shanghai.
I mean, Zhangjiajie.
No, Zhangjiagang.
Zhangjiagang, yeah. Zhangjiajie is like a park.
Oh,
it's a big park area.
Yeah.
I was in a much smaller place that no one knows about, Zhangjiagang.
Yeah, if you go to, is it Wuxi?
Yep.
Yeah, Wuxi, Holker. That's the city that you would find that's near Zhangjiagang. With Zhangjiagang, it's got to be near water, right?
Yeah, that's like the mouth of the Yangtze there.
Yeah, so in Chinese, Hong Kong is the Cantonese for gong, which means a bay. So Xianggang, it's like floral or scented bay or something. Zhangjiagang, I can't remember what it means, but I figured it was near water. Anyway, whatever. My point, Shanghai's fucking huge. So you go to Shanghai. 2 hours later, you're near the edge of Shanghai, and what do you have to do to get to Zhangjiagang?
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, probably the way that you went, you probably went out to one of the major bus stations and took a bus for 2 hours. Now you can take the metro all the way out and then switch over. There's a train you can take.
Really?
Yeah, it started right before I left.
Man, China's infrastructure is crazy good.
Yes,
it is so good.
It is.
Like seriously, like we just don't understand. And sitting here in LA, I am gonna get into gaming, but first I'm gonna bitch about LA traffic. When I bitch about LA traffic out here, people get so pissed. Ken, you lived out here for a while.
I did.
What do you think about LA traffic?
I don't live in LA now, and it's in part because every time I'd get a new job, I would move from where I lived to closer to where the job was, because I didn't want to spend an hour a day and traffic. It was awful. Or no, I mean an hour one direction, so 2 hours a day. Right.
Right.
And traffic.
People live on
the reason. It's the reason my old car, I killed my car commuting. I had an old Plymouth Grand Voyager with cruise control, but you didn't use it. So I bought a new car, which was a little tiny car that you could park anywhere. I mean, give me a space this big and I could park it. It was like a smart car on steroids. And it didn't have cruise control. So I had to, because you didn't need it in LA because of the traffic, because you just needed a brake and then you just take your foot off the brake and then roll a little bit. I do things now like that piss people off as an LA driver in Kentucky, where you know how like people love to floor it to the stoplight, like to travel as fast as humanly possible and slam on their brakes. Yeah, I don't do that. I just ease off the brake a long time before, and so like people are moving like by me at 30-40 miles an hour. I'm just cruising in because I know you're not going to get through the light. It's just not going to happen.
If you were in LA, you just run it.
No, there'd be people stuck in the middle of the intersection.
No, Jesus Christ. Anyway, my entire point of all this, so what I did, you get into Shanghai, 2 hours later, I think I took a bus first to Wuxi. I think that's what I did, because I know I went to Wuxi. Then I either jumped on a train or I took a bus. I can't remember the order. Got the Zhangjiagang. Jeff met me. I hadn't seen you in... This is before the gaming event. This is right when I got back to China. I hadn't seen you in like 4 or 5 years. I think it was 4 years. Because it's end of 2013 to end of 2017. And you met me at that, like, there's like this sort of outdoor mall. And we immediately, like, I got out, had my dumb fucking jacket on, like all my bullshit from the airport. And we went to this upstairs, I can't remember the I want to say ethnic restaurant, but we were in fucking China. As in, it was ethnic, meaning it was not Chinese. Like an Indian restaurant or something.
It was upstairs?
Yeah, we went upstairs. Big booth. It was you, me, Eric with a C, I think. I feel like Richard was there. Bunch of people I didn't know at the time. At any rate, we hung out, got a shit ton of food, weak ass beer, and fucking chilled. And then you and I went to Japan.
Oh, right. That's when we went to Okinawa.
Yeah. And we saw that horrible movie, Star Wars, The Last Jedi.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Walked out, and we're like...
I forgot about
this
that.
face.
Thanks
This
for bringing
face
that
for about
back.
2 hours.
Did you watch the whole movie?
Yeah.
Oh, so then that they did better than some of my films. Self-diss.
Yeah, indeed. Anyway, fast forward a year. I am done living in China at the time. I'm like, I'm peacing out. Jeff, we're going to hang out 3 weeks. 2 of those weeks, we game. And in those 2 weeks, you made... what was the name of the game? It wasn't Cursed.
Oh, Quest?
Quest. Fucking awesome game. out of nowhere. It's like you went and took a shit and made a fucking tabletop RPG.
It's where I do my best thinking.
Yeah, it was awesome. Still have the video online.
Oh man,
So,
couple good ones, yeah.
tell us about some gaming, Jeff, because I need to know how you started out. What is the actual question that I have? I think I sent it to you.
Start from the beginning.
Start from the beginning.
What?
Well,
Your experience in gaming in general with TTRPGs.
oh man. Okay, so get this. 30 years ago. Can you believe it? Is it maybe a little bit more than 30 years ago? Growing up in Kentucky with a bunch of Protestants around me, it was during that whole like satanic panic thing. So the first year or so that a couple of people that I knew started playing, I didn't play because I was scared of it. I thought it was the devil. So I started playing like legitimately. I was like 11 or 12 years old. So I was like in 6th grade. I was going to the local library on Friday nights. And it's where like I met the first group of gamers, and it was all, old school gaming, and that's where I kind of fell in love with everything. Now I tried the game before that. Played Marvel games like the Marvel superheroes and things like that, but I don't really count those years because those weren't the formative, say. So I did what a lot of people did back then. I played through the circuit of games that are exactly the same but promise to be different. So you go from D&D and all those offshoots, and then you go, you do some vampire, you do some GURPS, you do like hero system, you do like all of those things, and you really think that they're amazingly different until of course it took a couple decades before we realized that they're all the same. The one exception that I remember was Call of Cthulhu,
right?
But that was more of a
D100,
so
D100, not
right.
D20.
Right. So I did that all the way up until, I guess, China. When I went to China, you'd have those gaming itches, but there weren't as many people to game with. We would game or whatever, but I think it was just like that's where my love for gaming and my love of philosophy kind of collided together, and I started thinking about game theory and everything like that, and started reading as much as I could. Of course, like the Forge and all of that, and all the indie games that started coming out, and then you have this
about Ron Edwards,
right, and then the old school Renaissance began. So I've kind of been all over the place. I've done a lot of creating myself. I haven't published or anything in my gaming, but
I know you haven't. What the
right.
fuck?
Yeah, I mean, I will. I'll get to it. Probably.
We're gonna yell at you about it.
Yeah, can we ask some questions, some follow-up questions?
Yeah, sure. That's the short end of it. Yeah.
Two things. I played that Marvel role-playing game. I liked it. It gave you all the stats to all the superpowered people. I thought that was really interesting. It was a D10 based system. I thought the D10's percentage, that was an interesting way to play. But the real question that I had is, you said you didn't have any luck playing in China or finding people to game with. Now, what is the reason behind that? Is there not a lot of gaming in China, or is it a language thing, or is it what is that?
Well, I mean, really, I say that. If I'm being honest, I probably gamed more in China than I did before. But it's this mindset thing, because I went there and I had my buddies, and then as I moved, there'd be the space of time where I'm not gaming, and then friends would come and catch up with me, and then I would meet new people. So I was actually gaming quite a bit. Maybe it just didn't feel that way because it wasn't the same as it was before, where we'd all get at my house, sit at the table I'm sitting at right now, and we would be gaming with the same people. It's that sort of mix. And then whenever COVID happened and we all went online, I think I started gaming a hell of a lot because there's nothing else to do. But it was also killing my soul because it's just not the same. All right, so I mean, I answered your question, but it probably didn't remote? Actually. Just remote. Just going remote was it's rough.
DreadLore is different.
DreadLore's different. What do you mean? You mean if you're playing remotely?
He's just plugging DreadLore.
Oh, okay. All right, I got you.
Like and subscribe, and you'll find out.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. Actually, the digital core book is free. I took your advice, Jeff.
Oh yeah.
So, hey, there's the book. Oh, what the fuck? There's a lot to unpack there. Ken, do you have any follow-up questions for that? Because that was kind of your
follow up.
Yeah, follow up.
I do. Now, do Chinese people do they do a lot of role-playing game? Is it all digital? Is it?
They're like China.
Do they have
they're
dragons and stuff, or is that not a thing?
no.
I mean, it seems like they would.
They play, but it's not the same. One, of course, there's a lot of video games, but I went to some game stores over there. It's all board games, right? So they have these board games, and you just don't see a lot of like actual role playing. A couple of times, some people would come and we would try to play. It just never worked out, and most of it I think is the language barrier. It's one thing that actually got me thinking a lot about the language of gaming, and a lot of times, like as a native speaker, you get in and you're really confused what's going on at first, right? And then you learn that language, and then you speak in that language. So if you're coming in and you have difficulty ordering breakfast in another language, and then you have to learn all this new vocabulary and how people are using it and zipping around and laughing and telling jokes, and when you're gaming, you get into this really high level of metaphor and layer upon layer of joke that I don't know. It's hard. But that being said,
keep on going with that, because a lot of people are not going to understand the depth of what you're actually saying there.
Well, but I will say that a guy that I knew, a gamer, started using gaming to teach English, and he came to one of my schools, and I set him up with some classes where he just came in 3-4 times a week and gamed with these people. No. It was another guy named. His name is Ben, actually. Yeah.
You would think that maybe it's possible that role playing would really help people learn the language. You force them to have conversations and get into situations. I think that's part of. But you do very light role playing it when you take a class. It's like, that truck is green today. I would like to get on but where's the bathroom? I mean, it's very
it's a very successful tool, and in fact a lot of people do it. Ron Edwards, I don't know if you've kept up with him, but he actually got picked up to do an Erasmus project in Europe, which is like this big funded project by the European Union to do these certain kinds of artistic and scientific projects. So he actually started teaching role playing at various universities and these sorts of things. So he's moved a lot. So there's so much value in that. I think that it's a totally untapped tool in education, especially when we know about psychology now, about the power of role playing as far as taking another person's perspective and those things and what it can do. But I guess what I mean is, when you're in a game and you're rolling with it and you're not paying attention, you're not kind of bracketing yourself from gaming itself as more of an objective stance, you're just in it. Then if you have a person whose language is too low, you're not gearing your playing toward teaching this person. You're just firing on all cylinders. And if the level's way above a language speaker, they're not gonna learn.
Of course, yeah.
But you have to be slightly above them.
Isn't that how we learned English as people who are into reading? I bet I learned a ton of words that I didn't know anything about because of role playing. There's the terms go deep, and I don't remember a whole lot of role playing books. I think it's and this is like, I am no expert in language. I've spent very little time, though some time, out of the country. It seems like the idioms that trip people up aren't necessarily in role-playing games, or is that something that role-playing games have?
Well, I guess there are a couple things here I'm talking about. So on one, when you're talking about language acquisition, and now this is, there are different theories, but what I'm most comfortable with when you're talking about learning from reading or whatever, it's a strand of learning that it's called like meaningful input, right? The idea is when you're reading a book, you want to be able to understand around like 97% of it. If you have 97% of it already, as you're reading, you're going to be picking up a word here or there. You're learning by context and these sorts of things. It's a very valuable tool. So yes, but if you only know 10% of the words, you're probably not going to learn much from reading, right? So there's this a certain level. That's why in education we focus on lexile levels and those things. You want to have it right above someone's level. Now it's different from guided practice where you're getting in, you're breaking down the words, you can do all this stuff, and you could practice and put it all together and that sort of thing, and then you learn something and you practice it, do like memorization kind of over and over again. That's a different technique. As we kind of as native speakers and kind of naturally happen, I'm talking about there's a reason why people who read a lot as kids tend to have a much more advanced vocabulary and higher level of language. But when I'm talking about gaming here, you have, and this is something, if you are around people who are native and non-native, you can have conversations, and we will know exactly what I'm talking about. You can have conversations with people, and you naturally learn to bring your level down, so you can have normal conversations. But, and this happens so many times, you're used to speaking to someone, and then suddenly another native speaker comes in. And the person there, as you begin to kind of go and interlock with this guy, the person you're talking to has no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, you
the
relax.
Speed increases, right?
Yeah.
And so you have that, and then all the gamer language, right? Excuse me. So, like, and there was some very culturally specific jokes and things like that. You have layers of things, which just makes things very complex.
Yeah, so I think what we're getting to, or we're touching on several things. One, our last guest star was Bill Allen, the Bill Allen, if anybody wants to look him up on Twitter, and he is also an educator. We didn't delve too deeply into the sort of science of what we're talking about, but he runs a bunch of games. I should say he has a gaming group at the high school he works at, and it absolutely is facilitating a certain kind, or maybe different kinds of education. I don't know how international that high school is. Although he said it had like 4,000 people, so
4,000 students.
Yeah, I'm assuming it probably.
It's huge. Yeah,
that's bigger than It's bigger than my high school by double.
Yeah, mine too. That's tangent. Hey, I am King Tangent. Jeff,
Yeah,
how many students did your school in Zhangjiagang have?
When you came there, we were probably 400, 450. Probably, I think 450. I think we could. Is that right? Maybe we could handle another 50 or 100 more kids at that time.
That's because you guys. It was not an international school. It was a specific kind of international school, right?
Right. So first, that was a K-12 school. It wasn't just a high school. So.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
So that's why we have really small class sizes. But so, yeah, in China, when you have the schools, you have, not talking about real international schools that are owned, operated by foreign entities or foreign governments. When you're talking about normal schools there, you have three kinds. You have, your normal school, and it'll be like, number 7 or whatever. And they follow the curriculum set by the national government precisely. The material, the books, everything. Then you have what's a level called a foreign language school. And you have fewer mandates, and you have a group of classes that you can do whatever you want with. Most of the time, of course, because it's foreign language, you were doing classes in English or another language or something like that. But you had this window. Now, some schools started branching off and using those for random things, so they were called a foreign language school, but they might I don't know, be doing art or something like that, right? And then you have what was called an experimental school. That's what my school was. And other than the Maoist thought and the kind of the communist requirements, right? You have free game to do anything. Now, there are, of course, a lot of restrictions still on that, but because my school was very close to the local government, we were able to do whatever we wanted. In fact, when the province would come in, we would set out fake books. Oh, this is what we're doing, and then everybody know, and then they would go around and they would take those books and put them back in the closet, and start doing the stuff we were doing.
See, this is the interesting shit.
That's wild.
I don't want to speak for you, obviously. That's why we have you here. I speak for you all the time. We have you here to defend yourself.
All right. I mean, I'm sure it's true. I'm a bastard.
No!
Here's that graphic journalism. We got the cameras inside cameras.
Ooh.
It's in the mic. So we are not talking shit about China. It's going to sound like that to a certain type of person, because in America, everybody's a big fucking pussy. Ken, help me out here.
I'm not going to agree with your statement.
No? Fuck. All right. My point is, if you say anything disparaging whatsoever about anyone else, then people think that you're like a fucking tyrant.
Sure. I agree with that part of it. It's the
okay. Give me the thing. You don't like pussy.
The sexualizing, the sexualizing an insult. I feel is
okay. We're okay. So fucking cock and balls. Does that help out? Is that a little bit better? Yeah.
I mean, as long as you don't discriminate, you have to use
right.
each. If you're gonna,
pussy is king. All right.
Yeah.
Fucking cock and balls. How about that? Anyway, my point is illustrated by that. Where there's some crazy shit that goes on in Beijing and China and Shanghai and everywhere around the world. Jeff, as you were experiencing being a principal in this place, was it stressful? Like, was there a moral thing? Was it hilarious? Give us a description here.
Oh man, that's a big question. Well, I always say, like, the word that I use, if I can only have one word to describe my experiences in China, is absurdity. I mean, that's what we would use. That's what it felt like. Yeah. And part of it is just because things are so different, right? And it's hard to wrap your mind around. So, like, on one hand, there's a group of people, as we would say, they just don't give a fuck. They just do whatever they want. And, like, you would just never see people here do that. But they're a collective culture. And we're a very individualistic culture. So when you have that, they care so much about what everybody thinks. And it's so bizarre. Like, the things that they care about and the things they don't give a fuck about is so different to us that a lot of people, we will go over there and we're just in cultures we don't even understand, like, so simple example, they will walk up to you, barely know you, and speak their mind like, you're fat, you should eat more vegetables and go on a diet. But if you're in a meeting and someone like your boss is terribly wrong, you don't say anything. You just let them speak, and you're not going to be direct at all. Now, if you're close to that person, right? Yeah, you're gonna go to them afterward, and you're not going to speak directly. You're going to speak in circles until you get there, and it's something that's so hard to understand at first. Yeah, because a lot of foreigners will get there, and I've heard it time again. Like, and by foreigners, I mean Westerners here. You
mean non-Chinese?
Well. I think, like, when you're closer, when you're Korean, right? Yeah, so much so. But so, I don't know. It's weird. I had moral issues because of the education and people going about business. So, they're selling grades and doing things underhanded and doing special benefits. And it's everywhere. It's ubiquitous. It's just corruption, But then I come here and I'm starting to see some of the same stuff. Just it's a little quieter here, but I'm starting to see some of the same things. So,
we're morally
coming back.
We're morally righteous here, right? Like
we definitely we banned some books. We
banned some books.
Oh, they ban books, that's for sure.
But we do that here. I mean, we can't point the finger and say, oh, this Where's Waldo book is banned because there's a hinting of some nudity in it. It's like, come on. It's a cartoon and it's like this big and it's not, you don't see anything. It's ridiculous.
So what, Jeff, correct me where I'm wrong. What you're talking about in part is face.
Yeah, I mean, that's, at least in part.
Which is not honor. It's a different thing. Because a lot of Americans, a lot of Westerners, when I say Westerners, I am excluding all of Africa, all of Asia, including Russia. I'm talking about the traditional West, right? We were inundated with this idea of what honor was, after, like in the 60s, 70s, 80s, like basically when Japan is rebuilding from World War II. And
that's what I think of as Japan.
Yeah. And so we place this idea of, all Asia is like that. And it is really not. Because honor is like a code, precepts, there's a way. Face is a different thing. Yeah. To lose face is a different thing.
I mean, the most generic, and it's a bad way to say it, but the first step to understanding it, I would say, it's pride. But see, we also have a different understanding of pride, right? You unpack that. Like, our idea is like, pride and Satan, and it's like this very terrible thing, right? But you can also be proud of something, right? So pride is what face is about. It's about your social standing. It's kind of about not sticking out in a good or a bad way, but being kind of harmonious with everyone around you, but also having that Confucius level of disparity between those people that are above you, right? So you and paying attention to that is kind of part of it.
Being very socially aware. Yeah.
Very hyper socially aware.
It's almost like to not be socially aware is to actively not care about others. In other words, there's no, like, if you're seen as not being socially aware, it must be because you just don't care about me or anyone.
Well, we have levels of social awareness. I mean, if you live in California, there's a social awareness. If you live in Kentucky, there's a completely different social awareness.
Comes from a different place, though. Yeah,
it's amazing to me, and there are exceptions to every rule, but it's different and amazing. You go to a kind of fancy restaurant there. I mean, you'll see people occasionally in t-shirts or in jeans or something because they're making a point. If you go to a fancy restaurant here in Kentucky, I feel like it's a lot more common.
Well, let me maybe try to describe it like this. It might be helpful because you're totally right. I think it's the level of where we're at. Like, so imagine for us, right? When you go out as an individual, most of the time you're in this casual atmosphere, right? You're just like you're looking at other people and you're being polite, but you're just yourself. And there's not a lot of stuff from the outside that you're concerned with, right? Now, if you were to go to a very formal event, right, where like your boss is there, like your grandmother's there, like all these people that you like you want to make sure that you play the right part, right? And you might not want to like throw the dirty words in front of your grandma. You don't want to talk about the bender you went on in front of your boss or whatever. But also just like how you hold yourself, you have a little bit better posture. You're paying attention to everything. You're not just freely talking. Okay. Imagine if that was every situation you were in. Now you're going to get used to it, I feel like, and it becomes very natural. But and you think of that as far as China, and Korea is another step. Like they will say that it's a Confucius thing. So Korea, as I've been told, they took the Confucius idea and perfected it, or they took it to a whole new level. And so when I'm around my family, they're very relaxed. But when they are around other people, even family members, it's like they get exhausted quickly. There's an emotional, social exhaustion because there's so many little rules about how to act.
You're not supposed to drink in front of someone, right?
Right. Like when I'm in front of my father-in-law, like all the time, not just at formal things, but all the time. Whenever I drink, if we're at the table, I turn away from him and I don't let him see me drink. That's just part of it. So every single time, I have to do that. And when we cheers, and it's like me and his kids, and we do this, and he just drinks, and all the kids turn away. That's just like one example that you're constantly having to do that, you know? And we even have our yeah.
Go ahead.
No, and we even have like our own kind of rules. So, for example, when we sit down and we might have beer, right, which isn't they drink
water.
a lot, right? They drink a lot of it, but it's not the same. And my father-in-law, he's not a big beer drinker, but sometimes like, oh, chicken beer, and we'll drink, and I won't turn away so much. Or when his when my mother-in-law came over here, it's the same. It's a little bit more relaxed, and that's something that I think I only get away with because I'm a foreigner, and it's like, oh, we're doing our thing, like when we're drinking whiskey or something.
Right.
But 90% of the time, we're drinking makgeolli, we're drinking soju. And or we're just having a beer with dinner, and then I'm always turning away, right? So I can understand. My wife, she'll say it. Oh, I'm exhausted. I can't do this. And this is like a normal dinner. Like, oh, I'm gonna go with friends. No, I can't do it. It's too tired.
Yeah, it's respect, and like I think something that we can understand. People that are not married to that culture, or maybe people that haven't traveled to those places necessarily. Everybody knows, like, you go to Japan, you take off your shoes when you go into a house, right? Like, it's a big deal if you walk into someone's house in Japan with your shoes on, right? Why?
Well, I mean, if you reason it backwards, I would say, well, because it's dirty, right? But it's, of course, ingrained. It's not just about the dirt. Because even if you have brand new shoes, they don't walk.
Right? I actually think they got the right idea there.
Yeah. And some people...
If you go into my mom's house, you have to take your shoes off.
You take your shoes off. Why do you do that?
She doesn't want the world in the house. That
you
the
are
world stays outside.
You're respecting her. And if someone were to walk in and you were there, and maybe your mom wasn't there, and you saw it, how would it make you feel, right? So,
well, you'd say something.
Yeah, we get into that idea of pride and respect and all those things, and if you complicate that a lot, you get into face. And in some ways, it's awesome, and in some ways, it's not awesome.
It's with anything, I mean, I say it goes the same for culture. I talk about it with countries and where you're living and your job. Like, there's bullshit everywhere, but it's all going to be different kinds of bullshit. It's like, what kind of bullshit can you put up with? There's certainly things about, Asian culture, and I mean, all that I understand. There's things that I love about it, things that I don't like so much. So, it's about understanding, and it goes a long way. Really goes a long way to help you, appreciate it. But at the end of the day, you got to go where you're comfortable, and where's the crap you can put up with,
where you can exist. Yeah, that was one of the things. I think it was pretty early on when we were creating the band, the Intrepid Adventurers.
Well, can I say one more thing before you?
Yeah, please go for it.
Tim Roberts, I feel like I should interject when Tim Roberts says something.
Oh, did he?
Because of the Patreon. He says, "My house, my rules."
What's up, Tim?
And then go ahead. I feel like I interrupted your music
No.
music.
That's awesome. I didn't know Tim was on.
Yeah.
Tradition.
Well,
culture,
I mean,
aesthetic.
well, even say like you know, to say "my house, my rules."
Yeah.
Totally Western American phrase, way to say it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's totally true for us. Like, you know, he said that. I'm like, yeah, rock on. But then that little notification, you know, goes off in my head. That's like, huh, that's a very American way to say it. Like, I would never, you know, say it like that in front of my wife. You know, like she would slap me. Or, no, she wouldn't. But
So did you have any issue with integrating with her family? I mean, were you accepted immediately? Did you have to go through a whole series of steps to be kind of clearly you had to learn some things because you're not like, hey, Dad, how you doing? You know.
To be honest, it was a lot easier than I thought. And I had I had dated some Chinese girls before, and that was so hard with the families. And then so I thought, oh my gosh, you know, in my mind at the time I knew very little about Korea, but I thought, okay, it's like China, but like turned up a notch when it comes to formalism. I was kind of concerned, but you know, I'm like, okay, here I go. And they were so accepting and warm, and they were forgiving. And I'll tell you what, and maybe this is just me, but I hadn't visited them but a couple of times. Maybe it's the first time, I don't know. But they were like, okay. So when me and my wife first started dating, her English level wasn't at the level it is now. So we used Chinese to speak to each other. All right. And my Chinese, like her Chinese is great, but my Chinese, not so good. So when we get there, there's always a massive language barrier. And pretty much she's like, do you want to go to the spa? My dad wants to treat you to the spa. And I'm like, yeah, great, let's go. And I don't exactly know what I'm going to. But me and my father-in-law and my wife's little brother go to this place, and boom, we're just totally naked. And, you know, so like I'm totally naked. There's a sign on the wall that says no tattoos, and I'm like covered in tattoos. You know, I'm 6'5". I'm like 1.5 feet taller than anyone else. You know, totally naked. I'm shaved, you know, and trimmed. No one else is. I'm totally different. And he's like, yeah, let's go. And like, we like, you know, go get in the water. We're in the sauna and, you know, like by the water cooler, like, you know, with our dicks hanging out, just like drinking water, whatever. And there's something about that perhaps that just eliminates worry.
Transcends.
Yeah. I mean,
that seems like a nightmare for me. Like, I don't think I could do that, you know.
Oh, you could do it. You could do it. You would do it. You know, you would do it for the, can I say this? You would do it for the nookie.
Oh, yeah.
You'd do it.
Well, I'd been there so long.
You were immersed in technology.
Yeah. I mean, I never had
the culture.
Yeah, I never had that, but I felt comfortable in awkward situations. And I think that was...
Well, you go for awkward situations.
Yeah, sometimes I do.
I mean,
you kind of have to make the choice to go to China and live. Did you meet her in China?
Yeah, so our school had a large Korean population, so there were a lot of Koreans there. So she was actually a Chinese teacher. She taught Koreans Chinese in China.
Yeah, her Chinese is super legit.
Yeah,
love Korean food. I lived in Koreatown for a while in LA, and just it's so good.
It's my favorite. It's so good.
I still haven't really done it. Let me interrupt really quick for two things. First, the chat. Tim Roberts says absolutely Western mentality. This is talking about what we were just previously talking about. However, it's the verbiage that's different. Conditioning is the same across cultures, different flavors. He also says Basil Hayden, go. Apparently, Jeff, you need to break out some Basil Hayden.
Yeah, I might have to.
Oh yeah.
But the problem with Basil Hayden, I told Tim this when he got me the bottle. It's so smooth and light that suddenly I look down in the bottle.
Yeah. So let's see. Where am I? It says I feel like Western culture is more abrasive and machismo. Now, of course, when we say Western culture, it's very easy for look at that big old bottle. It's very easy for us to think North American culture. I think Tim's talking about what we're talking about, like European, all the colonies culture. Are you opening up the Basil Hayden?
Yeah, that's big time. We're going big over here.
Oh,
It is. I mean, I still got some old granddad I got to go through, but yeah,
dude, we got some bourbon.
I'm so jealous.
Tim Roberts.
I'm still drinking beer here.
Yeah, Ken, you're gonna have to catch up. Although Ken, you and Jeff are about the same size, at least in height. Jeff, you're 6'5".
I'm only
Ken,
6 foot.
You're 6. That's bullshit. That's
Even.
fucking bullshit. He's like 6'4", 6'3", or something.
I am not. I'm 6 foot even.
You are not 6 feet. Go to hell.
I have a 6'4" wingspan.
Tim
Here.
Roberts says,
I'm gonna grab some. Go ahead.
Silvio, love hanging with the father, in-laws, and junk just swinging out.
Yeah, that's great. That's really.
Cheers to
well.
all of us. It's an honor to Jeff. Tim, are you drinking anything? I know you don't drink very much, but are you drinking anything with us? He said he drank some Woodford a moment ago.
Nice.
Ken, you got the double oak. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I got to go deep. I have to leave this riveting conversation. I won't be able to interject. Maybe you'll actually be able to say something.
Well,
if I take a
yeah,
step
you
out.
might. I'm gonna let you talk. We're gonna take a break in about 5 minutes, a pee break and some re-up and all that stuff.
Well,
Ken,
while we're
Jeff,
on this topic, real quick, I want to say this before I forget. In case any of your listeners, in case you guys are interested, it's a very, I think, simplistic book, but it's called The Geography of Thought. All right.
what is
The
that?
Geography of Thought. And it's by Richard Nesbitt. It's called How Asians and Westerners Think Differently and Why. So it's like a sociologist or an anthropologist, psychologist, but explains and he does research to kind of back it up about how different Easterners and Westerners think. And I took an East-West Perspectives course during my master's that it was like very much along the same lines, and then just my experiences. But what's interesting about it is everything that they would test. The Anglo Americans, right? So like the Australians and the British and Canadians Americans are like far on one side. The Far East, so like the Chinese and Koreans and Japanese were far on another side. Right? Very far apart. But you would have the farther east you got in Europe, the more in the middle you were. Which I thought was so fascinating. That's why I think he called it geography of thought, because actually the place you were coming from could kind of dictate your culture and how similar or different you thought. I just found it super fascinating. So whenever Tim was talking about kind of that machismo and that sort of that aspect of Western thought, it's so much more like Anglo-American is so much more than even European. This is of course more than East Asian.
It's a wild map. That's a wild map that I don't know if Holker is still here or not, but it's a wild map he should draw. If you don't know, Holker is all about some maps. Did you hear what Jeff just said?
Say that again.
Oh, that was a lot.
I think in short it was about how there are different areas, and if you get further east or further west or more central, there's a thought that they can connect, or the thought of society diverges depending on a regional area.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think it has to do with, I mean, of course, most of it is culture, but, language plays into that and those sorts of things.
Yeah.
I did a political science course back in the day, and it wasn't a thesis. My paper was about the idea that language causes wars, as in different languages. That was my hypothesis. And I was totally wrong based on the analytics of it. It seems like actually geography is more tied, geography and resources are more tied to wars, not the different languages. So you have a different language because of geography. And so we say, oh, well, people can't communicate, so they fight. Actually, no. It's based more on the geography and the resources they have. So this kind of digs into that.
Yeah, Guns, Germs, and Steel, that's a large part of his thesis in that book. Jared Diamond, I think I have it at record too.
So it's called The Philosophy of Thought?
The Geography of Thought.
The geography.
Yeah.
I'm writing that shit down.
But, you know, Guns and Germs and Steel, that's a good one too if you're looking for things to read.
On the chat, Megan says, dude, you know, she requires people to take shoes off when they go in her house. Because she's like, in LA, you walk through so many things. Terrible, terrible things. It's true. Yeah. It's true.
Yeah, I don't see why that's not the standard. Even in the United States, I mean, I'm always expecting to take my shoes off, and I'll often ask, and if they're okay with it, I mean, with me leaving them on, I guess it's okay. But I'm always ready to take them off if that's what's required.
Yeah, we changed. So like now, even my mother and my grandmother
really
shoes off. Oh yeah. Whenever we got over here, you couldn't do it. Just couldn't handle it. I see people with shoes like. It's ingrained in me. It's like there's no way. There's no going back.
Well, it's a thing. It's a thing. It really is more sanitary. Like people are like, oh, why do they use chopsticks for everything? And it's like because it's more sanitary. You're not touching it with your hands. Like if you think about like washing your hands constantly, it's bad for your skin and everything. Obviously, wash your hands. But if you have a way of picking up food and putting it in your mouth that is not using your hands, use that.
Like a fork.
Fucking forks. Guns, Germs, and Steel is a fantastic read. Tim says Sociology 101 required at EKU. I should have gone to EKU. I mean, I did, but not for that. I pretty much played music in D&D. Thanks, Jeff.
Hey, sorry, man. Sorry.
Okay, let's take a.
Should we take a break? Yeah.
Let's take a short break.
I had another question, but I feel like we should probably take a break.
All right, Ken, how long do you want to do it? 5 minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Because that's
Jeff, you good with 10 minutes?
Says.
Yep.
All right, we're gonna do 10-minute break. We'll be right back with Jeff McNeil kicking some ass. Wanted to hit up the Patreon members. They are supporting the stream as well as our Coke habits. Tim Roberts, Nostalgic, and Daniel Holker. Thank you very much for the support and for jumping on the stream and everything. Also, thanks to Jeffrey McNeil for kicking ass as a guest star. Megan says, say what? I don't do Coke. You know I don't do Coke. I do bourbon. I do bourbon. Yeah, dude. Whoa, what is that? The actual image of you right now is like split. It was wild. Colombian marching band. It was pretty cool.
So when certain of us kind of jump in and jump out, it changes everything. We'll talk about that some other time.
We will. 10 minutes. All right.
0. We're back.
Back?
Hey, welcome back to the Geeky Gamer Podcast. Tonight with Jeff, McNeil, and super thanks to our Patreon, Tim Roberts, Daniel Hooker,
Nostalgic.
Couchfire Media for the art and media production, as well
Couchfire.
as Wall Replay production for
whoever they are,
some content
whatever
and
those guys
stuff.
are.
This is the Geeky Gamer Podcast.
Geeky Gamer Podcast.
Not to be confused with other generic sounding.
Listen, you shut your whore mouth. You shut your whore mouth. Geeky Gamer Podcast is amazing.
Or to be confused with like a podcast that actually talks about games.
Why don't you shut up?
We haven't even got there.
You shut the fuck up.
We're 2 hours in, or we're like what, an hour and a half in.
We're fine.
I guess we spoke briefly of it.
We did.
It was in there. It was sort of that and culture, and I feel like it was very informative. I learned a lot.
What I was talking about before I was rudely interrupted by our stream is shortbread, which is a riveting conversation. Shortbread is amazing.
Cheers.
Oh, indeed. Hold on. Wait.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Is it the double oak? Oh yeah. Here, I've moved to the Basil Hayden.
Basil Hayden. Cheers. Double oak. Woodford. Cheers.
Geeky.
This is Evan Williams. Tank. And Holker. What are you throwing down?
A red solo cup.
I am throwing down nothing.
A red solo cup. I called it.
A red solo cup. Tim says shortbread's a shit. Scottish favorite. Try, baby. Oh man, tear it up. Megan's on the horn. Tim's on the horn. All right, so we probably should. I know we were probably in the middle of something, but whatever. What does it mean to be a gamer, Jeff?
Oh, I think he had a question. Were we start with the question, or are we skipping that? We go straight to gaming. Is that what we're doing?
We can do a question. Oh yeah, Ken, you had a question.
Oh, my question was about status. And I think we kind of covered it just very briefly, class systems, rich and poor people, like, were there clear divisions? Was everybody, or, were there pretty big statuses in the school that you had, or do foreigners have a certain status? And we'll end off with, did they act on it? I know that there are statuses between countries. Like if you go to Korea, they have a certain impression of other countries, or if you go to Japan, they have a certain impression of other countries. But I'm talking about like Chinese inside of China.
Yeah, so that's a huge part of the culture from my experience. I'm sure Bill can talk about this as well. But because you have this Confucius thing, right? So your boss is way up here, grandparents way up here, people that are older up here, and you definitely see it in class as well. I mean, you don't see a lot of people of middle or upper class talking to lower class people. I mean, they're all very polite, but in your network, there's a clear line, and the people that I mostly would get to know, so these are people who speak English, they have money, they're just sending their kids to international schools, and they act like affluent people, even here, the same sort of thing. Now when you get to Korea, it's way more permanent. There are a lot of rules, and I think that's one of the biggest things to adapt to with having a Korean family is how strict they are with status and the rules. And I've met several foreigners there. They've married Koreans, and they just refuse to do the jump through the hoops that's required. and it's like a issue with their marriages and such.
Mm.
So, yeah, status is huge there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that way.
I've had that experience. I dated an Iranian woman at one point in time in my life, and never even broke through. Like, that was not like I was introduced to the father, and I was basically shunned. And we dated for a week or two longer, and that was it. Like,
That was it, yeah.
And I had a friend that married somebody who was of a different background, and their mom forced a divorce. Like, they every day would hound them, and so it sounds like just a terrible thing for them to go through, and that level. And I think it's wonderful that you had the experience that you have had, and I'm jealous. I mean, my girlfriend, she's an amazing cook, and I love her very dearly, but I'm still jealous of the food that I'm sure that that I expect that you get to eat. So good for you. I mean, does your wife cook some pretty mean?
Yeah, she does, and everyone loves it. Her mom, don't tell her mom's better, has a lot more experience, and her mom's food is great. But she misses her mom's food too. That part is awesome. I mean, I'm really, really lucky, because anytime that you have a relationship with someone, I mean, you have to get along with this person, and you have to get along, like families have to get along, and that's a huge challenge. Even if you have the same culture, then you have different cultures. It's like so many layers to get through. And I feel so lucky that, not only did I find an amazing person, but my family loves her and her family loves me. And the culture just seems to help. Actually, the culture differences, it might be strange, but because we're different, there's so much forgiveness and there's so much leeway, I think. So very lucky. And I don't think most people are, I don't think most people have that experience. Most people have the meet the dad and a couple weeks later the relationship's over experience. So, yeah.
It's intense to go through. Okay, let's switch over to games. What are your you said you started? It sounded like you played a bunch, and when we first started the game, you listed off 10 or so, maybe more or less. What are some of the games that you gravitate towards now? Do you video game? Are you still in the role playing game? Are you D20? Are you D10? Are you D4? I mean, what's your favorite die?
Yeah, so I'm not a video game person. I get too bored with those. I think it just so I just kind of gave up on that. But when it comes to other stuff, I enjoy throwing a board game down, having some drinks and hanging out with the buddies and playing something, or like really getting intense with a game of Axis and Allies and spending a weekend, doing something like that. Of course. Oh!
I will throw down with you on some accent.
All right, love that. You're
not a person. I will drive to whatever little tiny city that you're in Kentucky.
Absolutely, I would love to have. I would love to have a game. I've been missing it. So, you let me know. Any weekend, I'll set it aside.
I got a friend that may or may not play.
All right,
I'll play.
All right, we'll have to set that up. Oh, and we have Hulker. There we go. That's 4. That's great.
Fuck everybody. Everybody suck my dick.
Bill is not welcome.
Now, when it comes to TTRPGs or just RPGs as I call them, I started developing my own game, and it came out of D20. Not that it's related to D20, but I think it's something that's so common with people who play Dungeons and Dragons back in the day. Every campaign, you had your own house rules, right? You started to change everything, and we just did that so much that it was like, oh well, let's just kind of do something new and make our own. And so many people do that, of course. And whenever I got into game theory and started thinking about game as an experience,
game system theory.
Right, and well, just yeah, well, yeah, not gaming, not game theory, but a little bit of that, but RPG theory, right?
Right.
It opened my eyes, and I thought, hey, I just want to explore this, so I started doing that. So really, for the past 10 years, most of the games that I've played they've been created. So, including DreadLore when I got to play that, but it's been my own system or some variation of that, or it's been taking groups of games and kind of putting them together and Frankenstein monstering, we'll make that into a verb, our way out. Now I will say that if it's not that, occasionally there'll be some old school Renaissance, some OSR game that I'll play. But really, 99% of the time, I'm the one running the game, so that's what I do. But I've had a major hankering to play recently. I've been really, really wanting to play, so I'm hoping to branch out. And there are all these games that I've read and I really enjoy reading, but I actually want to play that I haven't got to play. So I'm hoping to do that one day too.
Nice. Volker? Bill?
Oh no, Ken. What other questions do you have?
I have more questions, but I'm gonna let it breathe a little. I feel like I've gone down a lot. I feel
do
like
you need me now?
Yeah, I always need.
Are you saying Rumpelstiltskin 3 times?
No.
Holker, why don't we give you a chance to talk? Because I think I talked for 45 minutes straight. Go ahead. What do you think about all this? You've had an interesting gaming experience too.
Yeah, you want to know about my gaming experience?
I want to know what you know.
What I know. What about gaming?
Your thoughts on everything.
Yeah, I've never really run gaming. I want to change that at some point. It's going to be Call of Cthulhu. I have a pretty good idea of how it's. Yeah.
DreadLore.
I also had an idea.
Of course, right?
Yeah. Huh? Yes.
DreadLore is the system. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. You can stay.
Yeah. I've also had an idea for how to start a vampire LARP
in Ohio.
Yeah. For anyone who's played on vampire LARPs, that's. I don't know if this is going to be much, but I would probably start with having a non-playable prince that eats all of the prior NPCs and makes everyone take a negative to humanity. For what that's worth. Yeah, that's something I wouldn't mind running. But as far as tabletop role-playing games, I started playing D&D 2nd edition back when I was, 12 or so. So it was probably early 90s.
Right, about 50 years ago. Cool.
Yeah, a long time ago. And I stuck with it on and off. I've always had friends of mine who were kind of into it. I found it strange when you, Will, were starting to get it. Not strange, but I thought it interesting when you got into role playing.
I was drugged.
Yeah, and you were telling me about it, and it sounded pretty familiar to me. Yeah.
One of Holker's first characters, I had this quotes epic game, right? Because all the games, when you're a new DM, all of your games are epic, yay or nay. It's always a world-ending event.
I had the opposite.
Really?
When I first started games, when I first started running, it was like, it'd be like, hey, I'm a wizard. If you will go get my magic staff, you can have it. Like just random sorts of things that I could think of, right? Just trying to, get people out there. It wasn't until I started playing more and had a lot of fun playing story that I started thinking, okay, the world needs to end and people need to save it.
I see. Well, you see, I learned gaming pretty much from gaming with you and Tim and Telvin and, Punksicle and all those guys. And so it was always in the kind of Steam and Magicka, which is what Chad calls it. I know you don't call it that, but I think that system. Anyway, the point is, I learned it from you guys. You were in it for so long. I didn't play games until I was like I had a college degree when I started, right?
Right.
Anyway.
Well, because you came in
watching you.
Those, right? You came in and that's what we were doing. When I came in, I remember my first ever D&D session, fighting an orc in a farmer's field. I remember having a two-handed sword and rolling and cutting this orc's head off, and it was so like visceral in my mind that that's when I fell in love with this. I'm like, this is so awesome, and I still remember, the visualization, the visualization of that orc's head coming off, and so it was just trying to capture that. I was like super into immersive play when I first started. Yeah.
I got 2 points.
Later.
One, I want to hit up the chat really quick because they are blowing it up. Tim says, Vasen. I don't know if that's an Ash or not. Vaesen.
It's Swedish.
Vasen? Huh? Oh,
it's Swedish, so I don't know.
Vasen and some dungeon crawl classics have been nice.
Yeah, we've done some of that recently.
What's your favorite system for tabletop RPG outside of the ones you've created? That's towards Jeff and myself.
Oh man, absolute favorite. Really like Call of Cthulhu, and but it's not because of the system. It's just because of the play. I've always had fun doing that. But I have to go with that. What about you?
Well, that yours segues us beautifully into the conversation that gets into RPG theory, which we should really call it RPG theory and not game system theory because it's always confused with game theory. Yeah, that's perfect. One could argue that Call of Cthulhu D100 and playing it is kind of perfect for many reasons, but we can talk about that in a second. My favorite game system that is not DreadLore, so one that I created. I heard about this game called Levied Souls. Pretty good.
Yeah. I don't think that one counts either.
I really enjoy D6. Specifically D6 Star Wars. It's got problems, but that went into a lot of what I did with DreadLore, and I think that it is very conducive to a play style. I like it far more than the D20 systems that I played, but Call of Cthulhu, just roundabout, like when you go into the game, the setting, everybody knows what they're getting into. You get your headspace. You have your agenda, as we have defined. The system itself supports the style of play, and there's really not a lot of bitching and moaning because you kind of know what you're doing. Not great necessarily for long-standing campaigns, but that's not really what you're trying to do either.
It does what it's supposed to do very well.
Right. Also, Tim mentioned that Punksicle and he are also in Kentucky, and you guys should all throw down some Axis and Allies.
Nice.
I didn't even know that Tim liked it. I know that Nigel will play. I didn't know that Tim liked it. I would absolutely play. I have that ready to go. Oh, we can a 6-person game going. Oh my gosh.
We'll do a live stream on that one.
Let's do it.
I think you guys need a live
stream.
I think you need to live stream that bitch or that dick. Excuse
live
me.
stream that.
That bastard.
just real quick, we would do games in China, and what I would do is I would have it set up, and I bought hats for everyone, and I had music ready to go. Yeah, so when it was your turn, it was like, America's. You have a sailor hat on and 1920 swing music. You have like German marches and like a skull's head,
oh my,
decorative hat, all kinds of stuff. Loved it,
dude.
Loved it.
You guys should totally play some Axis and Allies.
I've got the game twice. I've got 2 versions of the game. So you could put 2 boards.
I have 1940 Global. It's huge.
I have the original.
Yeah.
I just have the original game. I don't have the any of the other, I guess, versions of it. I'm just saying the original 1941.
Right.
The thing you played as a kid. That's the one I had.
Yeah.
Tim also says we started out with AD&D, which is Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. That's D&D 2.5, right?
I think so.
That kind of gives me, I always just call AD&D because you have the box sets and you have chainmail before that, and then you have that whole split with what was his name, Arneson and Gygax, where he made AD&D in order to make money and get it away from the dude he was making it with, and then
Tracy Hickman?
No, it wasn't Tracy Hickman. It was Dave Arneson, I think.
Dave Arneson
was the name. Yeah. So Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 2E was where I started. That was I still have all the books. That's where that's where Hickman and all of those guys started.
Oh, okay, that's where they jumped in. So AD&D Alternity, which I have not played. Hunter,
PSR game. Alternity was a sci-fi game. It was between 2nd edition and 3rd edition that had a lot of the same thing.
Hunter, Vampire, Shadowrun, GURPS, and The Hobbit. What was The Hobbit?
I think he's probably talking about the Middle Earth role-play system by Iron Crown Enterprises, ICE. That was so funny because what they did is they took Tolkien's world, which is all about heroism, but they put it with Rollmaster, which is the bloodiest, goriest system. So you would go out and it's like we're a fellowship, and then the first orc you come across would hit you with a mace and crit you 3 times and just rip your arm out and half your guts, and you're like, I'm a hobbit. No second breakfast for you, buddy. Just total brutality. Yeah.
Oh my God. Tim says there's an acceptance in death and defeat in COC. What's Call of Cthulhu?
Yeah. Amy
Howard Justice says all the curse words. Lol. Listen. I fucking curse. All right. Where the fuck was I? Talking about gaming. We haven't been going on for 2 hours, Ken. We've been going on for almost an hour. It's 53 minutes and 45 seconds.
I'm completely messed up because I'm in Central Time and I just don't know what to do with people who live in Central Time. There's something wrong.
Yeah.
With being in Central Time, and then my clock says one time in my car. I think the clock in my car is 2 hours ahead. One of my computers is 1 hour ahead, and the other computer is the time here, and I really don't know what time it is. It's somewhere between 7 p.m. and 10 p.m. I think.
What are you drinking?
maybe.
If you move to China, that whole place is under one time zone.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that sounds and it's a bigger country than America in size.
Yeah. It's arguable.
Well, it's I went up to Xinjiang in the far west, and they actually had 2 clocks everywhere. So they would have the standard Beijing time, what it was legally. So when the banks had to open and close or whatever, and then they had the time that everybody went by that was, 3 or 4 hours different. So that's really confusing because people be like, "Oh, we're gonna meet at this time," and I'm like, "Which that time? I don't know."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, try scheduling guests on that. I mean, we go by Eastern Standard, so
Yeah, that's what we go by.
so that's America time.
You went to Xinjiang. So for the chat and everybody, that's Eastern Turkestan, far northwest of China. How canceled do we want to get right now? As I delve into this topic,
what is the likelihood?
Wait, are we leaving gaming? Are we going back to China? Is that what we're doing?
oh man, I love talking about China. Listen, I lived in China for 4 years. I like China a lot, and I love Chinese people. I love Chinese culture and all those things. However, in all the world and all the governments, there is a gray, there's a conspiracy, there's an injustice we can say about everywhere, right?
Go say it. I mean, how canceled do you want to get? Sorry.
Did you see any death camps over there while you're there?
No, I didn't. But I spoke to some people. I spoke to some Uyghurs, and I'll just say this. After some comfort, because I was a foreigner, they talked openly with me, and they would only ever talk face to face. As soon as it got to anything like emails or messaging or anything like that, they were too afraid. But the basic idea is the world doesn't know, they don't care or listen, but we are a country under occupation. And they are destroying our culture systematically and committing genocide. And they explained how that was happening. And we've never talked about it since because you can't.
No, you can't.
You can't do that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, when I first went over there in 2010, it was just after, I want to say, the Jasmine Revolution, which had nothing to do with China, I don't think. Anyway, maybe it did. I might be mixing things up. Anyway, it was right after 2009, of course, because it's 2010. It was either the Jasmine or the Jade Revolution, where Facebook and all of those things got cut down. It was right after. And a big reason is because of the Uyghur population having revolts. So this is not to shame China or any of that stuff. It's not to shame Chinese people. I don't think Chinese people have anything to do with this. I think the Chinese government, as a government, not the Chinese, not the communist government, because they're not fucking communists. At least, I don't know what communist book they are. It's something that government is doing for various reasons. And is it bad? There's a lot of bad in the world. Yes, it's fucking bad. Yes, it is bad. And I'm a white dude in LA saying it's bad for all that's worth. Never been to Xinjiang. Heard stories. Do they game?
I didn't mean any gamers. I didn't mean any gamers. Strangely enough, though, I did walk across the street from my, because I was in the Muslim quarter, right where the Uyghurs were.
Of course.
And I walked across the street to the one Chinese business owner in the whole sector. There was one Chinese guy with a business. Can you guess what that business was?
Was it a foreign exchange? Currency exchange?
No, it was a liquor store.
Hey,
because none of the Muslims were selling alcohol, and I walk in, lo and behold, out of every place in China, that place had 2 bottles of Woodford Reserve, and I bought those sons of bitches.
Oh shit!
What was it? Were they expensive?
They were. Well, at the time, I thought they were, because they were probably like, $50-$60, but now, I mean, if they're on the same price, it'd be cheap,
Yeah.
Okay.
I went to a John's out here. John's. Yeah, John's. It's called John's. Jons. I think it has an apostrophe. It's a grocery store.
Sure it wasn't a Vaughn's.
No, I think it was John's. Maybe it is Vaughn's. I think it's John's.
It's Vaughn's.
They have all
Vaughn's is the grocery store.
Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me, Ken?
Didn't mean
Now
to.
you love it. You fucking troll. No, it's a John's, motherfucker. It's a goddamn John's, and there is no apostrophe. John's Fresh Market. You son of a bitch. Excuse me, you son of a bastard. Fucking virtue signaling mother. Okay, so I went to a John's.
There's a
Apparently,
lot
it's John's.
I believe you. I'm not going to not believe you.
Apparently, the John's out in LA, you can get all kinds of liqueurs and amaros and craziness for way, way, way cheap. Anecdote, if any of you were ever in LA.
Hell.
How does this have to do with gaming? I'll tie it in. Okay, I've got it. This has to do with OSR, so old school revival renaissance. Has to do with RPG theory and your all's play experience. Specifically, the question is towards Jeff, of course. Shopping in gaming. It happens. Sometimes whole sessions where you go to the marketplace and you sell your fucking wares, and you know where I'm going with this. Probably. There's campaigns where people set up a business. They have a party that sets up a business in Sigil. We say Sigil, we don't say Sigil because we're not fucks. Anyway. Commerce, this whole thing. What is that in gaming go? Does it have a place? Does it not have a place? Is it a good thing to do? Do you avoid it? What?
No, I mean, my preference is to skip over that. Like, you know, if you're doing old school stuff, you know, between sessions, you're supposed to be in town. You're not supposed to be camping in the dungeon between sessions, right? I mean, that's the standard. Yeah, everybody does it on their own, but that's when you do your shopping. So that you come in the next session before we start, you know, right as you're about to head back to the dungeon, and you're like, yo, I bought these things, I spent this money, and DM says, cool. You know, I don't think you ever need to waste time on it. Here's the thing that I realized about D&D. Someone else said it's not my idea, but whenever I heard it, it dawned on me, and it made so much sense. And it's talking about several things, but this is one of those key things. Someone talked about playing a game, and really what gaming was. You sit down and you play a game for 4 hours, seeking out that 15 minutes of fun. And I think that helped start the OSR movement, that idea started, you know, that was part of the whole indie movement. Because everyone got tired of that, you know, of role-playing about nonsense, where only one person is having fun, people splitting up and trying a bunch of shenanigans, you know, planning until you're, you know, blue in the face, shopping, trying to haggle with everybody. And then, you know, like the prime example is you sit down and you plan for everything. You sit down and you talk and argue for like an hour and a half, and then you go do the plan, and you don't use the plan, so it immediately goes off track. It's not what you think it was. It's not even a fight anyway or whatever. And then suddenly you just went one room over, and you wasted all that time. And the DM is sitting there like twitching. That's why I used to carry ibuprofen and aspirin around my dice bag. Right? Because when you first start playing, you think that's how you have to play. You think that's what's required of you to allow that to happen. And then, you know, then you learn. It's like, no, you just tell people, just do that away from the table. Or you want to do it real quick, cool, just do it on your own, write it down, and take off the gold. I don't want to spend time on it.
Holker, throw in on this.
Yeah, I often find myself being one of the least knowledgeable people of whatever system that I'm playing with. And so when people tend to do that, I as a player will start to get lost, because people will talk about what their character can do and whatnot, and I'm not mad at them by any means. It's just the way it is. I start to feel like, well, I don't know. I'm a fighter. I got a weapon. I'm gonna stand there and I'm gonna swing it. And I'm gonna roll. I know my own armor class.
Well, you're
but-
playing an archetype in D&D.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This is not immersion.
Yeah. Well, I have always found the immersive part. It's something that I've had to expend effort towards. And this is true. And I'm going to go on a bit of a tangent. This is true for most aspects of role playing, save for one. There's one part that I will immerse myself in, and that's actual world building.
Right.
Yeah.
Which you're very good at.
Yeah. I really like world building and trying to create something with some sort of consistency and enough there that can actually drive the story forward. But other than that, I've found it to be rather not difficult, but it always takes some effort on my part to try to immerse myself. And I found this with LARPing as well, because I used to do that as well.
We don't talk about that time. We just act like it didn't happen.
Yeah. Well, that's an errata.
Well,
Like,
the idea of immersion, right, is an interesting topic. So maybe I could ask you guys, when you are talking about immersion in this sense, what do you mean?
Let's define it. And let's get Holker and Ken on this, because they've played, but a lot of how, and correct me if I'm wrong here, most of their gaming has been through me running, for better or worse. And I run a certain way. So
I've played in a fair number of campaigns that neither you nor anyone else
fucking whore, you cheated on me.
Have been a part of.
You son of a bitch. Sorry,
you
you son of a bastard.
And I made a lot of
Son of a whoever.
I made a lot of films that you weren't a part of,
You
and I feel like a
fucking
film making fiction into reality is a form of role playing game.
How dare you?
I certainly played a lot in high school, and appreciate playing again. It was something that I didn't expect to do, and I was half being, oh yeah, let's make a role playing game live stream, because I was like, I don't know what to do with myself. It's, being middle-aged dude in Lexington, Kentucky, you gotta figure out something to do with your time. Starting up that rock band didn't seem intellectually stimulating to me, so why not try to create something, tell some stories. And I tried politics for a while, and it was just soul crushing, so here we are.
Getting back to your
Go on. Because every time you speak, it's about 5 topics at the same time. Like,
getting back to your question, Jeff, or I would say that immersion is being involved enough with the story that you are telling your part of it. In other words, you feel like your character is free to act.
Agency.
Yeah.
So that's another word.
To act and interact.
We're going to get into some definitions really quick. I mean, this is throughout, and I think we're heading deep in the paint with what, Jeff, you kind of your zone, with philosophy and all these things. People can have their own opinions. They can have their educated opinions, their informed opinions. But when we haven't defined terms, then it's really difficult to really have conversation and figure something out, because someone will say, oh, rules light is the best thing. I literally, DreadLore, the YouTube channel, is in, which is me and Ken, but I'm doing it, so it's me, is in an argument right now on someone's page about the idea of mechanics and should a system have something to do with how a player makes a decision for the story. And they keep on using the word diegesis, which I had to look up, which just means the fucking story. And what I keep on saying in the comments is, hey, we need to define these terms, our definitions. What are you talking about when you say this or this or this? And they don't want to do that. And then when I say, hey, come and talk on the podcast, it gets deleted because I'm apparently plugging my own podcast on someone else's fucking stream. Also, you motherfuckers can go to hell. Anyway, I'm going to fucking find them in here in a second.
Deleting that stuff is definitely contextual.
Deleting fucking comments. Anyway, my point.
You can we delete comments. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, but if it's like porn or something.
No, well, if
it's utterly random.
Yeah, if it's random, it's context based. You were giving them a platform. You were saying, hey, we clearly have some beef. I got the balls to say, why don't you come and talk to us on my Discord, and we'll have a conversation and work through some stuff instead of, hey, you're a dick butt.
Yeah. Let's actually have a conversation. Let's have a community. Let's do something with gaming. Oh, wait, this is all about your fucking subscribers and your stupid ass fucking views, and you're going to delete my comments because there's no other podcast out there.
It's I think immersion to me is what I do on the podcast. It's more it's for myself. I mean, I get what somebody said earlier about, like, I remember my first kill, or at least certainly Dolby's first kill, and I remember Nord's first attack visually in my head. That it's like that experience happened. It was violence, and it's memorable, like violence that has occurred in real life. But a lot of what we do is with the podcast is visually immersive, because it has graphics and art and visuals. It's about trying to be in the moment and trying to be in yourself. And so if you do a shopping episode, it's kind of like going to the grocery and saying, well, I need some eggs and some cheese and some rice and maybe some flour, carrots. You can stop me anytime, but it's just not.
I'm just
fun.
waiting.
It's not fun.
I know. I get what you're saying, and I think when we talk about immersion in gaming, a lot of times I think what people mean is they mean being drawn into that world, into that fiction, right? You're seeing, like, phenomenologically speaking, you're seeing through the eyes of the characters. You're feeling through the fingers of the character. When you look across the table, you're not seeing your buddy. You're seeing, that character. You're in that world. And I remember, when people play in that style, they don't want anything to break the verisimilitude. What's the word that I'm thinking? The reality of the experience. I can't remember the word, but no one wants to break that. I remember when we would play,
you know, like you would want everybody to be serious. Don't crack jokes. Don't talk about things outside. We want to be in this moment, right? And that's a particular kind of immersion. But why I bring it up and why I ask it, because of course there are different kinds of immersion, right? You can have a story in which is very top down, where you're not in character, you're not speaking in character. Like say you're making a decision for your character, okay? Am I gonna, you know, if my brother and my, you know, my king are both in trouble, who am I gonna help? And you're kind of doing this top-down approach. So part of it is, well, what does this character think, right? You're not thinking in the character, but you're immersed in the world. You're thinking, should my character do this? Should they do this? What would they do? What would make a better story? Immersed in the game itself. So there's like this different level, right? And I just ask it because when we talk about immersion, it's something that is thrown around so often. I think people tend to be talking about different things sometimes.
And it's also the way you approach it. If you're like, I am going to do this action, I'm going to take my sword and block this person attacking me, or my character Nord is going to take his camera and take a photograph. Like it's the I first versus third person as well. I mean, is that does that have a, like, if you're looking at a person, like, are you more immersed if you say it is me, I, and engage in it that way, or is it if you mention the person as a third person and describe their name and then?
Right, like a lot of people, there's a discomfort there. A lot of people don't want to say I do this and speak in a voice and do whatever, right? They say, you know, their character's name is Bob, so they're, you know, well, okay, Bob walks over and he searches this, and you know he does this thing, and he tells the Lord he thinks blah blah. There's a sort of distance there because it can be uncomfortable jumping in. You know, it's like kind of like acting. You're like opening yourself up and having someone speak back to you. But then on the flip side of that, if you're searching that out, if you're searching that kind of immersion where, you know, I want to argue with you and have an actual conversation from my character's point of I, you know, I, this, you, that, and I want you to do the same, it breaks my immersion if you're talking to the third person. Like, you know, if I come up and I'm like, oh, you bastard, you slept with my wife, I pull my dagger and shove it in your gullet or whatever, and you're like, you know, my character Bob blocks that. It, you know, like there's that step removal that people who search immersion struggle with. In fact, there's like a whole movement, I think, in like Scandinavian role playing where they're all about super heavy character immersion, like that first guy I was talking about.
And you would think that LARPs, so live action role play, goes immersive, and in fact, it's like maybe 70-30. Like if I'm being kind, 60-40, meaning 40% immersion, the rest is just weird mechanics, like you're at a Halloween party. It is, like, I agree with you, Jeff. It's very intimidating for people to actually get into the character and to just make decisions. Even myself, like while playing, I want to describe why and justify why. Everything is why, and some sort of inner monologue that honestly no one gives a fuck about. Like every so often it might matter, especially if you're trying to set up a scene. That's something that would happen in the Star Wars game that Punksicle ran in DreadLore. We would be very cinematic, and then we would go from the sort of cinematic view into an immersive play. And that's, you know, that's the entire point of DreadLore, right? You're describing the scene and what's happening, and then you're yourself back and forth and blah blah blah, and the mechanics are in there somewhere. So it's a style of play. It's very uncomfortable. It's very, it takes like Holker said, it takes a lot of energy. But my argument is, you're around the table for 4 or 5 hours doing a thing. You are not just sitting there eating chips watching a fucking sports game. You're engaging with people. You are creating. you're spending your goddamn fucking breath and your heartbeats. You don't get those back. Do it on purpose. Make something, which I will understand, and I'll agree, and have been criticized by people that don't like me very much. It's a little too intense. Sometimes it's too intense.
We talked about this the first time I heard using I instead of working in the third person was with Bill Allen, and when he was talking about it, and I was like, oh my gosh, that I'm not doing that. I'm saying nor does this. And it's just like the
energy pulls away.
Yeah, but I see it, and let me tell you why. I realize that it's good to be in the moment and be that person and be first person with this, but I did that because it's like I want to reestablish that person exists, to say their name,
like a script.
Because we're doing it like a script. So it's like if you're reading in the script, Nord, puts his shoes on and puts his coat on, walks to the door, and looks out the window, and a forlorn, melodramatic way.
But then you've got to take the next step and go into it, right? Which you do often. You do often.
Yeah. Well, I mean, then it's a release when I jump from. Okay, we're gonna. I just jump. I don't explain it. I usually just go from the description of the action into, okay, this is just saying what I intend to say. So I think I use the term because entirely because stage direction has the person's name in it.
Yeah. That's where you come from. It's that very cinematic idea. So Hulker's incredibly good at immersion. When he plays a character, it's very boom. He just says it, and oftentimes it's jarring because the other people in the game are not doing that. And so you kind of have the best games, in my opinion, are when people have that cohesion where whatever you're doing the same thing. And there's the trust of you're doing the same thing. You know where you're all coming from, right? Okay, so back to immersion.
Well, you hit on a good point about kind of that cohesion. And, it's one of the things that I actually always enjoyed about gaming with you, Bill, is that, just one, being able to roll with things, but as a player, you were always, regardless of what stance you were taking, you were always inside the game. And so you're playing, you're thinking about your character, you're interacting as if you're in the world. Because what gets to me is when people begin playing from outside of that space. Now, the word for this that I would want to use is metagaming. But metagaming already has a space that means something different. Right? So I don't want to use that term, right? But this idea of using the social context where you're kind of, you might know ways to chat up your DM to get something to occur, or you're talking about something in a way outside of the game that, belittles a person, or, there's like these kind of ulterior tactics that break that cohesion. And, it's something that you don't always, it's sometimes hard to pay attention to when someone they're doing something, and then you begin to realize, it might turn.
They often have a different goal in mind. So
you're blurring the fourth wall to gain an advantage.
Exactly, and not in a way that's like,
Fun.
Well, I know that vampires, I know that you gotta bring the vampire out into the sunlight, but my character does it. So, but I'm going to do it anyway. Like that kind of stuff, I'm okay with. Actually, I'm actually okay with that kind of metagaming. You know, but yeah, breaking that fourth wall to get an advantage, especially if it's over someone else, it breaks that cohesion.
Right.
It causes arguments, and I hate it.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing of, like, okay, there's so many different examples of this. It's a person who's not playing the same game.
Exactly.
Like, it's not necessarily that they're playing a different mechanic or whatever. It's that their goals are not the same. It's like, as Ken had mentioned many moons ago in another podcast, when you played a draw versus you played a win. Like Data in Star Trek Next Generation.
Life forms diddle doot doot.
You're playing a different
baby
game.
life forms diddle doot doot doot. Where are you?
If this is something that actually Tim has gone off. He said night to all of us, by the way. Good night, gentlemen, is what he said. It's one of the things that he and we had a big old fight over, and then afterwards talked it out and everything, and broed out and had bourbon and made out, whatever. We were playing this game, and he finally just said, dude, I was running. He's like, dude, I just want to go in and fight the monsters. Like, we've been spending like 3 sessions with like politics and figuring out why we're doing it. He's like, I just want to get in there and fucking stab somebody. And I, at the time, of course, argued against it, but he has a point. No pun intended. If you're trying to play the game where you go in, you break down the door, you murder some goblins, steal the shit, and roll, that's a game, right? But like, if everybody else is like super into the politics of, wait, this currency is not the king's currency, or whatever the fuck, you're not playing the same games.
That's right.
You go to someone's house for a party, it turns out they're all playing fucking Axis and Allies. God!
A lot of dice in that game.
A lot of dice.
Lord.
D6 based dice.
You know what I'm saying? That's it. Okay, let me talk some shit really quick, and then we get back to this. The channel in question is called Black Lodge Games. So you can go to their channel. It's on YouTube. They have this whole thing reviewing games and such, specifically Candela Obscura. Jeff, have you seen any about that?
I just know that's like the what's his name, the Mercer guy.
Yeah, Matt Mercer.
That's a Critical Role game, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Critical Role. That's what.
So I don't know if this is clickbait or not. It didn't seem like it. It says Candela Obscura review. Is this even a game? And I haven't seen the game, but apparently it's not exactly what it was touted to be. And you should check out if you want to read it, or I should read it. If you want to watch it, it's Black Lodge Games is a review. And there's this red-headed dude who's got a seriously nice beard. And a blue screen. And he's doing a thing.
They have two games or 2 campaigns or something that they're dealing with. And they got in some heat because one of them, the guy who created it,
live right now.
one of the guys who kind of created their system, pretty much he's just using Forged in the Dark, the Blades in the Dark system, but he didn't credit it, right? So there's that game, and people were kind of I saw some stuff, some of the YouTube things that I watch about gaming, and they were having some issues with that. Like, hey, come on, if you're gonna use somebody's system, say it, right? Which makes sense. But then they have this other system, and I'm not sure the names of them. They have another one that uses 2d12, and it's something like if the dice are different colors and they represent something. So it's like if one is higher, like you add them together, but if one is higher, then that's the thing that helped you do it. you do it in that way, and the other one is that thing is like, oh, is it hope or fear? I don't remember what they are, but it's something like that.
So knowing a little bit, as you explain that actually informs me a little bit about, I'm throwing down. Hope
Throw it down.
The iWizard 8288, I'm calling you the fuck out. Since you called me the fuck out. And apparently Black Lodge Games fucking highlighted the comments and then started deleting my fucking replies. That is some bullshit. I do not agree with that. What stays on the internet? What is on the internet should stay on the fucking internet, motherfuckers. All right.
Well, if you're losing the argument, no, you got to delete that stuff.
Well, they're not losing. They're not losing the argument at all. They're not losing the argument at all. It was a. This is what was said. So the iWizard, whatever the fuck that means.
I don't know it. It's
maybe
like
the robe. The robe of eyes, perhaps in D&D. Anyway,
I don't know.
So I say, people are either smitten with D20 or rules light systems these days. I understand it not, because I'm Yoda. Okay.
Yeah. Do you have a link
I made DreadLore with rules to promote storytelling, but also have a little crunch. Rolling dice is fun, y'all. dick footing comment that doesn't really argue with anybody, but it's also saying, hey, look, I don't really agree with a lot of D20. I really don't like rules light systems most of the time because I enjoy immersion and long-standing campaigns. I was attempting to promote a little bit of a conversation, which I did. I succeeded. This is what the iWizard says. Now, this person could be 10 years old. I have no idea. With a thesaurus. No idea. And they say, you oppose...
That's why you're cussing at them. Go ahead.
Yeah, they can go fuck themselves. You oppose storytelling and mechanics. That's their first words. You oppose storytelling and mechanics.
Is that a question or is it a period?
It's a period. So I said people are either smitten with D20 or rules light systems these days. Semicolon. I understand it not. I made DreadLore with rules to promote storytelling, but also have a little crunch. Rolling dice is fun. They say, you oppose storytelling and mechanics. Both miss the point. In an RPG, the decision-making step is informed by the diegesis, the reality of the character. The system intervenes at the resolution step, and the consequence, the result, is the story. Now, beyond their bad punctuation and misuse of diegesis, which I had to look up, because if you're going to throw down that fucking word, you better fucking know what it means. It means story, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what they're trying to say. They're not trying, right, they're pretty much trying to say that, at least what it sounds like, the story, that the fiction itself should lead up to the characters making a decision, and then the
story informs what people do.
Right. And
fine, and the system shouldn't get involved.
You come up to a question, you use the mechanics, the dice rolling, which then gives you the consequence, and then you react from there, right?
Right.
Yeah, I know what they're trying to say, which has nothing to do with your comment. I'm not sure why they're trying to say
I have no idea.
And that, and even what they're saying, that only works for certain games in which you have that sort of system. If you have something like I don't remember what some of them are called, but like they're like games where you have like fortune at before, right? So you roll and then you take the results. Then you roll before you decide what you do, and then you take the results of the dice to narrate. In that case, it's the dice that fully draw. It's flipped. So that person is only looking at. They're only talking about one method, right? And there's several methods, right?
But the thing is I agree with them. So I say TLDR because the internet. TLDR too long, didn't read. I say TLDR. There's more to it than that. Which is to say what you just said. I think that's an oversimplification. It can work really well for certain styles of games and genres, but it ignores the fact that players are playing the game, the system. The system informs players how to play, and if the system rewards a way of playing, for example, big numbers win, then that frustrates certain games, for example, horror. Okay.
Yeah.
We can
your
argue with
answer
this.
is your answer is, but system matter. Right. got it.
Right. They say no immersion, no horror. And mind you, the punctuation is bad. No immersion, no horror. And meta filters between the player and the diegesis impair immersion. It's very simple, as it relies on perception and imagination. It's natural and visceral. I feel like they're speaking to me in haikus.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so it sounds like what they're pretty much saying is the mechanics need to get out of the way, right? And they're talking about horror. They're like, you have to have immersion to have horror, which I think is a debate all of itself.
Sure.
Right. But they're saying let the mechanics out of the way because with their fancy words, what was the meta or what are the meta steps between the decision and the outcome in role playing. From when you break that immersion and you start again because you're doing some rule stuff, it breaks immersion, which again depends on the game, depends on what you're going for, and what your style of play. Because if you're playing a war game, there were plenty of people who were very immersed in the game. And now again, we're talking about different kinds of immersion, but you can be very immersed, rolling a bunch of dice to hit, then to dodge, then armor, and then damage, and you have like all these steps, and then morale, and you moving your little dudes on a field and measuring it out. There are plenty of people who've been immersed in that, and that's 99% crunch, almost no narrative structure. So this person is taking a very specific line and saying, this is what we're talking.
I wonder how immersive a game would be if there were absolutely no mechanics. Because think about it. Let's say it is a war game and there's no mechanics, and you're the arbiter or DM or whatever, and someone says, I shoot this person. You hit them, yeah, you hit them. All right, yeah. So I'm gonna march over there. You trip on something. Sorry, you fall. Yeah. You lose your gun, and you got to keep running because they're still coming for you. Oh, okay, yeah, I run. Yeah, and then the DM says, well, yeah, you running the bushes. What do you do? And the player says, yeah, I'll go over there or whatever. And it just I don't think that would be a very fun.
It would be awesome.
It's a really solid point, because really at the heart of it, when you look at it, a role-playing game without any mechanics, what is it? It's make-believe. It's what we used to do as kids, in which we were very immersed in as kids. But there's a point where it stops when it says, this is taking out that whole meta that this person talking about. When they say, "Boom, I shot you, you're dead," and they're like, "And no, you didn't. I shot you," right? Because even Holker's example, there's a referee involved, right? Without any mechanics, it's just it's pure interpersonal. Like social contract. Yeah. So the reason that we even have a rule at all, even if you want to do the most basic, where it's, do I do the thing I say I do? Yes or no, flip a coin, right? The most basic way you might be able to go about it. I shoot you, bang, flip a coin. Even with that, does that break immersion or does it keep it? Because there might be a difference between breaking immersion momentarily in order to make that bridge versus breaking immersion completely because you can't agree on the consequences, the outcome.
100%.
The mechanics 100%. Provide a way at their most basic level for the people involved, the storytellers and the players, to come to an agreement on a particular action. Yep. And the story can then proceed forward.
So you're saying that there's like a list somewhere of rules that everybody knows and can follow, and they figured out.
Well, you hit on something here. This is something I had a conversation with another guy about it, because he made the argument. We were talking about system matters, right? And he was making the argument that system doesn't matter, which I don't agree with. And he's saying that really, you take your system, whatever you're playing, and you just reskin it. So it's like, okay, if you have a loincloth and a sword, you're a barbarian. Great, you roll your dice. You take that off, and suddenly you're in a spacesuit with a gun. Suddenly you're sci-fi. And I was like, no, I think system matters, and we were arguing about it. And you hit at something right there when you're talking about these rules that everybody knows. And one of the points that I was trying to make there is this idea of what we all accept. So say we're playing a game, doesn't matter what rule said, all right? And we're playing the fictional world that we're playing in is a human world. You're a normal kind of person, and it's like, okay, you're pulled over by a cop. What do you do? And you say, I get out of the car and I fly like Superman. Well, there's no rule about that. But you say, well, no, you can't do that. What are you talking about? It's like, no. My hands turn into machetes and I chop them up. It's like, no, you don't get to say that happens. There's a whole list of things that just naturally occur in our brains when it comes to fiction, because we're storytelling machines as humans, about what's narratively acceptable, right? And you'll see people play with that sometimes if they're a new gamer or something, or if they're just socially awkward. And then they say something that everyone at the table starts cringing about because it's not socially acceptable. Now I'm talking about logic and reason, but there's also this level of the social, right? You have someone sit down and then they start being totally inappropriate. There was a guy, one of the guys who worked on Blades of the Dark stuff. He was working with New York University, NYU. He was like teaching people gaming and doing all this stuff, and he kind of committed a sexual assault in game onto it, like as he was open.
Is this the Cobells, that guy?
Yeah. We talked about this a number of times on this show.
Yeah, Adam
Right.
Cobell.
Right. So
Just once.
right there, he
Twice.
breaks
Really? I was drunk.
a social contract.
3 times.
Right. That so the point is, yes, there are tons of rules that
I would love
are
to
never
hear,
printed down.
Can you go back and just deconstruct the situation for this, because we've talked about this a couple of times, and I think it's fascinating, and I think I got a glimpse into what you're saying. Can you just rephrase what you're saying?
Yeah. So
About
I guess
that?
to rephrase, to be short. So you have a system, printed rules, right? The text that say, in this situation, do this, or give you guidelines, right? Because I honestly believe the actual rules are the ones at the table, not in the book. Like the book, nothing to do with the game. It informs it, but when you're at the table, the rules that you play with, those are the rules of the game. Now, we think in terms of the mechanics being this game that we are playing, this construct, right? This mental construct. Make a saving throw, right? But there are all these other, like a substrata of rules that deal with our language, our social contract. What style of play are we? Are we being immersive? And then if you stand up in the middle and be like, "Hey, who wants Chinese?" And then that pisses people off, right? Or if you're being the goofy character, what's your character's name? Oh, my character's name is Roscoe Pico Train, and people are like, that's not the style that we're going for, right? But you also have this level of mutual understanding about the world. I cast Fireball. Can I do that in this world? Right? Or, what am I bound to? So we know when we sit down and play Call of Cthulhu, we understand immediately the horror and the stretch of the human imagination, and that you're this weak cosmic nothing, right? So the rules are what's occurring at the table. We are informed by a text that give us
guidelines about how to handle the game, when to roll dice, what to do that. But there's so much more to that. And that's why it's always weird when you start a new game with people you've never played with before, because you're learning these other rules subconsciously. Right?
So, was Adam wrong?
Oh, we're gonna let's put a pin in that really quick, because I want to go into the Adam thing. I haven't actually seen it, so
one of these days we'll get you to watch it. Maybe we should all watch it together. We should do a viewing party at a future.
What I'm saying is, I'm not going to weigh too much in until it's all going to be observation. Yeah. I wanted to finish my bitch fest here, and I wanted to take a quick break.
Keep going.
And then come back and do the Adam Cobell thing, because I think that's a really interesting conversation. Yeah. So let me finish this bitch fest. My main thing is, I wrote a comment in response to the person saying no immersion, no horror. This is the iWizard person. And it was deleted. Now, the comment said something along the lines of, I don't think you're reading what I'm saying. Like, I don't think you're actually spending the time to pay attention and have a conversation with me. Would you like to come to the Geeky Gamer podcast, since you obviously have something to say, and let's chat? And I believe that I also extended that to Black Lodge Games. Now, Internet Protocol, I do understand that could be seen as plugging my own show, plugging my own game system. It is, in fact, doing those things. I can see that being seen as a faux pas, which is arguable, and we can argue about it, and it's their channel, and they can do whatever they want. But this is my channel, and I can do whatever I want. I think that is some fucking bullshit. I think where it is coming from, I wasn't just spamming their shit. I feel defensive. I wasn't just saying, hey, jump on my system, jump on my podcast, fuck your shit. That wasn't what it was. I'm subscribed to their channel. I have liked their content. I've watched their content, given them the analytics. I'm engaging with their community on their chat. This is all good for Black Lodge Games. Now, it's infinitesimal because they have, 31,000 views and 2.65 thousand subscribers. Okay, whatever.
Yeah,
but this is a part of community.
Cutting you off.
So why the fuck delete my deal? Whatever. We can talk about this. What they did then is they highlighted a reply to my reply, which they deleted. This is how I found out about it, because I got a reply from the iWizard who said, yeah, mind you, what they just said was no immersion, no horror. They replied to my comment. Then they reply again to nothing. Yeah, no system guiding the character's action. From the character's point of view, only his knowledge, abilities, and his surroundings. That's what it's about. Immersion, no filter at that step. Range of actions defined by the diegesis, which they're just repeating themselves over and over and over.
Yeah.
And they're, again, not listening. Which I sat there thinking, did they not read it? What are they replying to? Oh, Black Lodge Games deleted my reply. And then they had the audacity, in my opinion, to highlight their reply. Because these people love rules light, which you like rules light, fine, I think you're a fuck. Whatever.
So their comment that they highlighted didn't make any sense.
Makes no sense.
Once your comment, because it didn't make any sense when you said it.
So what they're saying,
go.
To translate that message, it seems to me what they're saying is, now he doesn't use the words should and ought, but I read them. How one ought to play is from the character's point of view. So you base everything on the character, what they can do, what they feel, what they think, and that is what keeps you immersed. And throw the mechanics away.
And there should not be any mechanics.
Right.
Is what they're saying. They want a rules-light system where somehow that's better.
They're making an argument for rules light without That's what they're doing, and
They're
it really is like,
dick-footing around.
yeah.
So your comment was on the Candela Obscura failure and why they decided to play what they decided to play instead. Was that the video?
It's a Candela Obscura review. Is this even a game?
Okay.
So then I replied again, and my lady friend was here, and I said, "Holy shit! I think they deleted my comment."
Yeah.
So I laid a little trap, and I said, "Hey, I don't know if you saw my last comment. I'm not sure if responding to it or not. That's not really what I was saying. Also, I think my comment may have been deleted. What I had said, and I reiterated what I said. You should jump on the podcast." I did that specifically so that today I could look and see if it wasn't there. And it's not fucking there. So they deleted another comment where I guess I'm plugging myself. So I jumped on there a few minutes ago and I said this: "Why do you keep deleting / censoring our comments?" Now it's an hour, by the way, Ken. "We're trying to engage on your channel, and it's the TTRPG community. It's totally crap that you do this at Black Lodge Games." So I am formally calling out Black Lodge Games. 2.65 thousand subscribers. You fucks. Stop deleting my fucking
all their
comments.
subscribers now. Oh, jeez.
Stop deleting my fucking comments, you assholes. Also, the Eye Wizard, jump on my fucking podcast and let's have a conversation, and I'll respect you. Otherwise, you're gonna get the ire, baby.
They're not watching. They're not watching this.
No, they can suck my dick.
And it's fine. I think their shtick, and this is what we've talked about many times, having not seen or heard any of their content outside of just briefly looking at it in this moment. Like, my commentary of them is they've found somebody else's product that they're highlighting, and they don't like they're critics. They're not makers. So it's not. That's what critics do. I mean, they might.
I just unsubscribed and downvoted their fucking video. And
Well, and also, there's also this idea, and it goes with a lot of hobbies, not just gaming, but that people think that there's a better way to play. Now, I think you can argue there's a better way to play to meet your goals or to meet your agenda, but to say that this style or this method is just superior, right? Is kind of bullshit. It's like people who want to argue and be like, football is better than basketball. It's just it's objectively true. It's like, okay, you're just being a dick, right? Like you can critique the differences, but people are gonna have their own values, right?
It is though.
Yeah, there you go. See, that's what I'm talking about.
It's just like saying white people are better than other people.
Lord, you just love it. You love it. All right, let's take a break. We're gonna do a 10-minute break. Holker, I know you got to bounce.
Yeah.
Would you like to have some last words before we jump off?
No.
Yes, I am.
Good.
No, it's a good last word.
All right, Holker, we will see you on Monday, 7 p.m. for the Red Writ.
The Red Writ.
Theater of the Mind podcast is what we're doing, and you can check that out and all that goodness. Patreon people, Tim Roberts, thank you for jumping on. Daniel Holker, thanks for jumping on, Holker. And Nostalgic, I believe, is still in the chat on YouTube. Okay, Couchfire Media is doing the production. Trois Rible, whoever the fuck they are. And Black Lodge Games, you can suck my dick. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll be right back with Jeff McNeil.
Wonderful.
Just give me 1 second, because I'm fast, but I'm not that fast. And now. at the door. I am not great, but we're back live with the Geeky Gamer podcast. Just kind of throwing ourselves back into it. Welcome, Jeff McNeil. Hopefully, this is not the last episode that you'll be on. That you'll join us for many
Hopefully
more.
not. The sad thing is that we live in a world where we have to feel the need to give disclaimers. that we have to apologize beforehand now. We don't even apologize after, we apologize before. We preemptively
we never say what we mean. We always say what we are not saying.
That's for sure. I kind of wish that we were just okay being in a world where people were assholes and you just let assholes be assholes, right?
You see, that's the thing, is most of the world is now that's a rather vapid thing for me to say, and arrogant, but whatever. In my experience traveling, most of the world do not dick foot around. Don't beat around the bush. Everything's sexual, Ken. Everything can be made sexual. Oh my God. Someone can have a problem with everything. Most of the world doesn't. They have their own cultural zeitgeists and faux pas and gaslighty fucking virtue signaling bullshit that they do, right? Look at Stalin era Russia, like, going and doing all the things you're supposed to do for the society.
Yeah, this gets a little bit more into philosophy and kind of what I studied and what I believe, but to be very general about it, I think that we policed each other very much all the time. Communities socially police each other all the time. What's acceptable, what's socially unacceptable, all the time. However, whenever the internet connected us, we started to police each other, and we were connected across a much wider net, right? No pun intended.
Right.
So we began to police each other. We still do, because I think there's this innate natural part of us that when people do things that are socially unacceptable to us, there's a natural inclination to stop that.
Or promote it, right?
Right.
Assuming what it is.
Right. So what I think is we are in, and especially because of algorithms that push certain things, where you have the polls, that the loudest, smallest voices are the people, the most fringe, those are the people that were heard, that we hear, and then we think, everyone to the left of us or whatever, to the right of us, are all the way extreme. It effectively, I believe, sends us into a state where we are in digital tribalism. Where it is the same as if you were to go back when everybody had their own religion and you just killed everyone, right? Because what you have, right, is one of the amazing things about humans is that we are able to cooperate outside of kin groups.
Yep.
So any other animal, they can only cooperate inside the kin, right? You got to be related to the thing to work together. And humans have the ability, through religion pretty much, to extend their kin group to strangers, and you're able to work together. And as we grew and developed, our religions changed to the point that we had the big ones, Buddhism, Christianity, and these sorts of things, that allowed massive groups of people to cooperate, to join the same thing. Well, the internet comes along and we're allowed to be total assholes to each other. And it's like we're just starting all over again. So until some new religion comes along that can somehow bring us all together into a group, this is the world that we live in. That's what I think.
This is the world we
Yeah,
live.
Group mentality, definitely. The social contract, it goes both ways. It can be, what else is friendship but the ability to have a social contract between people, to have understoods, to take things with a grain of salt, for example, to believe certain things, which honestly may or may not be true. Guiding principles, right? Shared experiences give us this, and we're able to say, oh, this is my friend. I can label that person. It is a good thing, and therefore I can go forward. And I don't have to constantly be feral about it. Taking from nature. In the house, there are 4 cats. I like cats. 2 of them are domestic. 2 of them are feral. But they come in and they're kind of like pirates. One of them sort of like quasi feral. Probably lived in a house. My point. Because no one has an attention span. When I walk through the house to go get my coffee, I hear the pitter-patter of cat feet. Do-do-do-do-do-do. The feral cats run away. Right? Why? Because they have the wild still in them. And I'm a big monster that, while they can hurt me, inconvenience me with a cat scratch or a bite, I can kill them. Right? Huge difference, right? Call it Cthulhu style. Every time I walk by, they're on alert. They jump up. They freak out. They run away. Even when they don't, constant alert. They're not able to relax, ever. Being able to look at someone and say, oh, you're not related to me. There's no immediate reason that you owe me. I don't dominate you. We're still friends. I can relax around you. We can cooperate. We can do things. You know what? What you just said probably, it pissed me off, but I'm going to give you the time of day because we're friends. And you know what? We vehemently disagree on something, but I'm not going to kill you for it. Or I'm not going to socially kill you for it. Why? Because we're friends. Because I'm going to find someone. You get where I'm going with all this?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
This is a superpower.
Yep, it really is. When you consider you have a small group of people and say that you have someone who is obnoxious and mean and might, without rules and civilization, be a brutal murderer, warlord kind of person, right? Maybe in a different time. And maybe the only reason that they're not is because there's this overwhelming pressure inside of them that the whole collective around them, their small community, by telling them no all the time, but punish him through shame, through whatever, through guilt, through all these sorts of things, we keep this person in check, right? This is right, right. Because sometimes your group may need that psychopath to go kill people, right? But yeah, but we develop to a point where, okay, well, that person, you put so much pressure on them that if you were to take those restraints off, they might go and be total assholes. Yep. Well, suddenly, when there's an internet and you can be anonymous, there aren't people. It's like that burden is released, and those people can go be warlord barbarians all over the internet. And people can get it out. Like, why did we all play GoldenEye and Halo for a moment?
I didn't.
I mean, well, this is because you're Generation X. The point is, you play these first-person shooters, or you play these board games and trounce your fucking friends. Fuck you! Right? Why? It gets out aggression. I mean, why do people play games? Right? Like, what is the point? Sports. It's simulated war. It's simulated war. Right? It's so that we can be violent men. They literally say, we're going to war. Right. So we, so people can be violent without actually being violent. Yeah.
Yeah, I love playing sports and winning. That was a rush when we won games and it felt good. I played soccer Actually, I was on the same soccer team as Andy Bashir for a long time.
Really?
Yeah, that was a fun thing growing up.
Was he any
He
good?
was actually, oh yeah, he was a forward. We won state championship a couple
wow.
of times, or at
What
least
did you play?
once. I played goalie.
Really?
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
you're a keeper.
Because I got the 6'4" arms.
Yeah, man.
So we were pretty good. So I was goalie. I was
Well-
often fullback, but yeah, no, he's a sweet kid. Anyway, it was awesome to win, and it felt good, and you were charged after, and it was heartbreaking to lose. And so it's like, if you're playing a video game and you're getting an emotional reaction out of it, and you're pretty good, and you win more than you lose, you're going to keep playing because you have that dopamine release
It's important.
that gives you the reason I trolled people for any amount of time. It's like I got a dopamine release from people calling me names and getting off and enjoying the fact that, you know, they didn't have an argument. They had to resolve themselves to just like personal attacks instead of discussing the nature. So I'm totally on your side. I feel like I missed the entire comeback when and with the Black Lodge people. I missed that. I take care of my grandmother and
No, it's all good. It's all good.
He's required a few things and more than normal, and everything's fine. So there's no concern there.
That's
It's
good.
normal stuff. But I think the point is for me, and I think I'm just jumping and trouncing because this is just in my head on what you were talking about. You delete somebody's comment for two reasons, in my opinion, and that it's either a hot air, but you delete somebody, and I delete people's comments or block people when they personally attack me, like they make a violent threat. They threaten to do some harm, physical, mental, whatever. If you feel like you are getting harmed by someone or abused by someone, that's when you start blocking and deleting. And the second time is promotional spam. I feel like that's where you were. The thing is, you're on the same platform. You're on the same platform.
I see. There's a difference, but
contextually, I don't think you were spamming with content. You were giving them.
No, I wasn't spamming.
Yeah, you were giving them opportunities to understand something. You were in a forum where you could potentially embrace and enhance potential people who would be interested in this topic. You had previously commented it back and forth and offered perspective into it. And I 100% see why you were infuriated, because I'm infuriated a little bit too, because getting deleted for that, they just have a lower threshold of the spam. It's either talking about task at hand, whatever it is, like they're only looking for comments based on exactly what the topic is that you're talking about. Anything outside of that topic, it's like they put you're in a bowling alley, sure, but they got the little kid rails up, and that is the short of why your comment was deleted, in my opinion.
Which is why
It doesn't matter.
Am I infuriated? No, I'm not infuriated. I'm not even offended by it.
I'm offended by it.
It elicits some form of it elicits some form of anger in me. It's more like what's the emotion? Definitely elicits an emotion.
Well, you
Angst.
feel like you have
Angst.
something to contribute, and they shut you down. Like you had a point, and your point was for no reason.
It wasn't even my point.
Welcome
it was,
to the
hey, look.
internet.
It was, hey, look. Isn't this? It's a review.
Yeah.
I agree with. I'm weighing in. Yes, I'm weighing in to gain followers and subscribers. And why else do you fucking say something on the internet like,
sure,
if you don't want to contribute?
Oh yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
Did
Jeff,
you put a link in there?
You're gonna say something there.
Did you put a link when you put it? Did
No.
have a link or did
No,
did not?
I didn't do any of that bullshit. I didn't say, hey, here's our fucking shit. I wasn't trying to poach anything. It was, hey, you should jump on our podcast.
Yeah.
They could easily click on my name and find our page, and it's all up to them. I wasn't gonna do any, hey, are you sure you don't want to blah blah blah? I didn't go to their fucking page and see them.
It was
my shit got
pretty
deleted.
benign. It was a very benign conversation.
And the thing that's the kicker, I would have been okay with it, but they highlighted their fucking response.
Yeah.
So it's literally at the top of all the comments.
Right.
And I'm like,
they could have also complained, like they might have somebody on the inside and they could have complained to whoever their admin is, and they don't
deserve this bullshit benefit of the doubt. They don't deserve it. That's the thing. It irked me so much working with a certain person. Literally, if you make a declarative statement of any sort, well, hold on a sec. Motherfucker. Sometimes you should just have a fucking point. Sometimes you need to stand on firm ground. This is what I think. Oh, but wait a minute. Have the discussion. Have a backbone. Sorry, I'm going on a rant. Jeff.
Good.
Oh, I was just going to say that I think it's different. There's, when someone goes in and they're like, the only purpose that they have is to be like, hey, cheap watches for sale or whatever that they're doing, or like, hey, or someone asks a question like, hey, what game systems do you like? You're like, I like the one that I created and here's the link for it, to go buy it. Like, that is obviously spamming, right? You're going in. It's another thing to be like, hey, we're actually having a conversation. Why don't we do it on it's an invitation. It's like,
Well, that was it. It's like trying to have a conversation over email. There's a point where you're like, hey, can we use something better? Like, because you've said your stuff, I've said my stuff. You've responded, and I can tell you don't understand. Like, we're not communicating. Let's actually talk about this. As it turns out, there's a forum for it. Hey, Black Lodge Games, why don't you join? Like, have this conversation. If you guys want to do a podcast, I'll fucking jump on. Oh no, you're too small. Oh, but is that what this is about? Is that what this is about?
I mean, but that's true.
Because me being small or big, like in terms of subscribers, affects you in any way.
Having grown up Generation X when they didn't have like TV switchers or cameras or computers or like, things that there were 4 TV stations. That's what we had. So there was a whole lot of, you don't get in, sorry, you don't get to talk, you don't get a voice. And so it's a little bit shocking when your voice is taken away. And a day like today, and our day and age, where that's all we have is a voice in our communication. So it's something we were used to then, and we just moved on past it. But now it's like they've given us all of the technology, and we have all of the ability, and we have all of the means to have this commentary and conversation. But it was like a conversation, a means of fulfilling that need to communicate ideas was taken away from you, and it sucks. That really sucks.
Well, again, Black Lodge Games can they could reach out, and you know what? I would be perfectly fine being like, hey, look, it's all good, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, based on an actual conversation. If they deign to have that. And if this iWizard dude or person wants to actually have a conversation, I'm willing to give that person respect. But if they're going to hide behind the anonymity of the internet and delete my fucking comments, then they have no spines and they're cowards. And I have zero respect for them, and they can go fucking die in a fire with AIDS. With AIDS?
Terrible.
With AIDS.
AIDS or no AIDS. No AIDS. Nobody wants AIDS.
Nobody wants AIDS.
AIDS is bad.
I mean, no one wants to die in a fire either.
Nobody wants to die in a fire.
Like, if I'm being honest, if I'm dying in a fire with AIDS, the AIDS is least of my concerns. It's really the fire comes first, right?
Unless it caused anyway.
So yeah, it's that very thing that I got off on as a troll myself, like getting people angry like that. When you can tell when somebody's angry, you get off on that, and you know maybe that's like a reverse troll that they did by deleting your comment. I don't know. I mean, they don't.
Cobell. What is the situation with Adam Cobell? How do you understand it, Jeff?
Oh man, it's been several years.
Yeah, it's old.
Oh, has it?
Yeah. I don't remember exactly even when it was. It was like 2018, man. 2020, something like that. I don't remember. Several years ago now. So, and I could be totally messing this up, but okay. So I remember seeing some of his stuff like back when nobody was watching. I saw some stuff. He was talking. Yeah, real old. Like John Harper, like they played in games together of Blades of the Dark. So he gets in this position where he's like what is it like a resident DM? I think for like what was that? I don't know, like Roll-D20 or something. Like one of the big ones, right? So he's like working at a university.
For this thing Modifius.
Oh, right. Okay.
But they were doing it every day. It was like every day, several days a week at least. It was like professional.
Right. So I remember
like they had to have been getting paid.
Yeah. So because I remember it was streamed online. The event, which was streamed online, you could go and find it. And this is probably it's a little iffy for me because I can't exactly remember. But so he's the DM and there's a girl, and she's running a robot. It's like some sort of sci-fi game.
A male robot.
Yeah, a male robot, right? And well, you might know this better than me then. And what the DM does is he has like a mechanic or a robot mechanic.
Yeah.
Who's very obsessed with this robot, has obvious desire, and they kind of talk, and the guy wants to like do something to the robot. And the player is kind of like, I mean, okay, you know, I'm going along with it. And the doctor engineer guy hooks these electrodes up and effectively gives the robot an orgasm, like an electro orgasm. And it's like at the end of the session, and the DM's like all like really excited about it, like, oh my gosh, this thing happened, blah blah blah, look at this blah blah, this thing. And everyone in the chat, she was kind of going along with it and kind of like, oh, okay, but you could definitely tell like he was not grasping that everyone was very uncomfortable. And you can kind of watch it and see it. At least that was my perspective.
They were laughing. It was like a cringe kind of laughter.
Yeah. So because she didn't know what was happening, there was no choice. He didn't give her right. There was no like, okay, you know, if you do this, then this will happen. Here's what he wants, or you know, blah blah blah. they role played through it, and then suddenly like, oh, we just role played effectively a sexual assault.
Mm-hmm.
And so they get offline, they ended, and she just thought about it, and she's like, man, I just don't like this. It just feels really bad. So she ends up saying something about it, and at first, of course, he kind of defends himself, and and then they have a back and forth, and then eventually, like, he got so bad it blows up, and he gets in all this trouble, and he's not at the university, he's not at the company doing the thing anymore, and he goes offline completely. And he posted like one of those kind of pseudo apologies where he kind of said, I should have known the people at the table better, and what they were about, or something like that. It wasn't like oh, I made a person feel really uncomfortable and I'm really sorry about that. Like, and a few years later, there's some game book being released of a bunch of adventures or something, and he was actually gonna be in it. And then whenever that kind of thing happened and they thought about it, it's like they took the names down, and he went to a different area, or it was like in fine print or something. They purposely like, oh, we're gonna make this guy's name smaller, right? We're gonna take him out, right?
He can't. He's gone the way of Al Franken.
Yeah, just gone. Hello.
So, you want to? I guess you can't hear.
That's correct.
No.
Yeah. This is Erin. She jumps on every so often.
Erin's already had this conversation. I feel like.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get a Y.
I feel like
here.
We've already had this conversation. I thought the way you kind of phrased it, that you had some kind of insight onto it, if the punishment fit the crime, if it was right or wrong. I was just, I don't want to put you like on the spot, but if you had an insight into it, that because I feel like it's an interesting story, and it's a tragic story for everyone involved, because I don't think anybody involved, and certainly his career is over. And
yeah, I mean that's the thing, and I know how sensitive everyone is about these things, right? And I think there's a case by case basis. And when I look at it, what I see is, I see a guy do something really stupid, really bad, and he's oblivious to it. It's not like he's trying to hurt anyone.
Yeah, because he's supposed to be an ally.
Right. And if you hear him talk about stuff outside of that, he really was. He talked about it a lot, but it's just a sad part about the world we live in, I think. I mean, I understand that there needed to be some sort of repercussion, but it sucks that, it upended his life, like, to me, because it's like, okay, he should be banned forever, in my opinion, because it's not like he was doing it on purpose. It's not like he was a predator, At least I didn't feel that way. He did something really crappy, and he should have just come out and talk about it. But
like, some related comments are like, Christ Almighty, keep explicit sex out of the community. A TTRPG needs to be non-sexual, and it goes down on. There's a lot of like moral, it's not like, I think people are concerned.
Yeah, I mean, especially for him, you're right, because this was very public, and that makes it so much worse. Like, I know for like my buddies, we've gone down some really dark paths, and we've done
RPGs for sure.
Yeah, and we've dealt with sexual assault and rape and human sacrifice and all betrayal, like all the darkest stuff. But it's like, those people, your buddies,
Sure. So it is a failure of the company, perhaps, that they didn't strike those.
I don't know. That's always hard, you know. Like I mean, I don't know exactly how they handled it. You know, I know that he disappeared, but I don't know.
Well, he was. I think he was fired. I think the company shut down because of it. And
really?
Yeah.
That I don't know. I mean,
I thought you had some insight that. I don't know. I don't know why that's an interesting story to me.
I mean, I think it's super fascinating. I mean, I hate when people, make a mistake and then, you know, they're kind of gone forever, because you see certain people are able to bounce back from that sort of thing. You know, I mean, you know, you see like someone like, you know, like Louis C.K. who exactly. You know, he comes back
taking his clothes off in front of people and pushing. Yeah.
Right. You know, it's just like, I think when we delete people forever, we say that, oh, well, you know, that's what you are. You're this monster, and we're banning you forever, and you can't change, or it's not a mistake. That's who you are. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, you know, meanwhile, if you have enough influence and money, it's like, okay, a lot of times you can buy your way out of things, which just really sucks, you know?
Yeah, and there are more comments saying that he should know better. There, you know, that he should have known going into it, doing this thing would have caused this big backlash, because his audience, I mean, he clearly didn't know his audience, whereas like
exactly
if that happened in our show, I think, and maybe that's it. I mean, I feel like I made the comment that it wasn't a trust thing. Maybe it's he didn't know his audience, and that his audience was a group that, you know, probably many of them had experienced trauma like this in their past.
Yeah, and well, I think also it's not just that, it's the fact that he didn't recognize that the thing he was doing was sexual assault. You know, like, it's like he had some like idea, like, oh man, this is like some, you know, cool, you know, robot in a lab sort of thing, right? And I think that he didn't make that connection, and then bringing it to people he didn't know very well and doing it publicly, recorded. I mean, they're just like layers of stupidity that it didn't strike him, right?
Or arrogance.
I don't know. I don't see it as arrogance, because when you watch him, he's like really like immersed and giggly, and he's kind of like into it, like, oh my gosh, this is a cool scene. And then it wasn't, you know. So it wasn't like he was being like, to me, he did a creepy thing, but he wasn't being a creep show about it. But at least when I watched it.
Another comment that, and again, I'm just reading comments on Reddit, so this is not this is not. There's no fact to any of this, but somebody said, and this is like an argument to me, saying that he was fine and that the players should have known what to expect, because they said people defending him, saying that it was a one-off and that he had done this multiple times, so he was a repeat offender. And so I would imagine that if he did this often, that if you're going to DM in one of his games, there is an expectation for that.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's a whole thing. Which I don't know.
Yeah, it's a whole other thing. There's a whole other thing. It's just weird. Like, if we're talking like, and the reason I'm bringing this up again is because we're talking about deleted comments. And so going down the rabbit hole of comments on the internet, you know, it's really interesting to me to like see everybody chiming in on a subject matter that I think is really important, versus Bill's comment got deleted because he was
there's a greater issue there,
allegedly spamming. But yeah, no, it's definitely communication policing.
I mean, I should also just say that I am like no expert on him or that situation. I watched the video a couple years ago or whenever it was, and
none of us.
and I watched some his old play with John Harper. So I know nothing about him. I can't defend him or I can't condemn him. I saw one clip, so I can't really say. But
it's kind of like us saying, "Oh yeah, reverse racism is a thing," because it's not. But I mean, it's like a whole like rabbit hole of like talking out your ass.
What Megan said is she says a very non-apology is apparently what Adam.
Is that what?
That's why I came across too. It felt like a very non-apology.
Yeah.
Which because he talked several times about defending people, about being an ally against sexual assault, that sort of thing, and then for him not to apologize in that way, I don't know. It just seemed like it was weird. Like when I definitely saw when I saw his apologize, I was like, come on, like you're digging your own grave.
There's a question like there's a question like if you're gonna apologize. If you're not, then don't. Or settle this outside. Or I'm sorry, settle this outside of the public forum. So there's in the last or the previous, I can't remember which episode of Geeky Gamer podcast we covered this.
2, 3, and now 4.
It's just important. It's important. The idea. No, this is the 5th one, dude.
Oh, is this the 5th one?
I got you.
Okay, then 3, 4, and 5.
Motherfucker.
Sorry.
Motherfucker. Anyway.
Sorry.
It says CYA maneuvers only. Yeah, so cover your ass maneuvers only is what Megan said. Well, actually, just context, because I think context is king, right? That's really what we're arguing
absolutely
about. When did this happen in relation to all the people, to Me Too, to...
this is the middle of it. This was...
So
2020...
I mean, I think that's probably why one of the reasons why it hit so hard is like
right, like as in, so just for some context, so that apparently there's a dude named Adam Koval who was a GM game master.
We talked about this the last time.
He was here the last time.
That's literally what we're talking about.
Yeah, I figured.
And then Megan says, "No, consent is king."
Yeah.
It's interesting. Megan, do you mean that the person who got offended, did they consent, or are you saying that they didn't consent, or where do you go with that?
It sounds like
I think
that they did not consent to playing a game with sexuality, and I just in reading comments on the forums, it seems like sex of any kind shouldn't be discussed about. And they were fans of the style they were looking for a safe space.
Yeah. I think to me, and of course we don't know what happened off camera or out of, off Twitter, but to me, the most important thing should have been him going to her, the person, like the actual, as the perpetrator going to the victim and clearing that up. I think if that had really been cleared up and it'd been like, oh, he made a real apology to her. There's a huge thing about, reconciliation and kind of restorative justice and those sorts of things. Because then I think it's one thing. It's like, oh, look, I made this giant mistake. We talked it through. I understand. I've grown. She's forgiven me. And then you step forward, and it's one thing. It's another thing. Not to even mention the victim and be like, oh, well, should have, been clear with the contract up front. It's like,
you gotta be, and that's what Megan is saying. She's saying that they didn't consent. Consent is king. And then Mike Shu, I hopefully am pronouncing that right, said sex RP is for VR chat.
Yeah. Well, I agree. I would agree with her completely. I guess I don't know much about VR chat because I've never done it, but
I don't think I've ever. I don't know anything about it either. It's just an interesting topic to me because, for one thing, we often push thresholds on Monday nights.
Yeah.
You know, we and I don't think anybody on our game has any issue with sexuality or even some
We're pretty much all asexual, so you know.
mind fucky things. And I know
Dude, we've done some seriously hard. Like, there's a couple of the YouTube shorts that Ken has created that we had to put a disclaimer on, you know, because of personal harm and that kind of stuff. Like, that's one of the cool things about gaming is you can get in, as we talked about at the beginning, you can get into some serious issues and really deal with some stuff in a safe space, but it's got to be safe. And checking in is good. You got to trust. You got to trust people. You know, if that one character is doing a thing or not doing a thing, go on.
I think you have these tools in place, you know, that are supposed to help with that, and some of them are actually quite old. So of course, you know, when you have the idea of setting expectations, it's paramount at the beginning, right? You have, like, you call it the session zero. You have, like, you should have random or consistent check-ins, right? Not only as it's normally used, like, hey, are we still having fun? Is this on topic? Is this meeting our expectations? Do we want to keep playing? But to check in on the things like that, especially with new people. But then you have, you know, you have these tools. So, like, one of the things that Ron Edwards put forward in Sorcerer, which is, I want to say this was like back in the 90s, maybe 2000, right? This old. And so it was like blinds and, or what was it called? Was it blinds and veils? The blinds and veils, or something in veils, where you have this idea that there are hard passes that aren't going to be part of the game at all. You list those out. Okay, those are your blinds, and they're gone. Then your veils are things that can be innuendo, or it can be talked about, or whatever. It just doesn't happen on screen like in the game, right? So you talk about that. How far are we okay with it? And you have these ideas. So these are the things, right? These are the things that are totally off the table. These are the things that we're okay not being at the game table. Then everything else can be at the game table. And what's interesting about that is that system actually showed up in the new Vampire game.
Really?
Yeah, I think they actually even credit Ron Edwards for that, which I thought.
Oh, you mean the Vampire the Masquerade, the Fifth Ed?
Whatever the newest one is. There's like
I'm a little bit out of it, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I have a copy of it somewhere, like a PDF.
I need to read up more on some of these newer systems. But
is it? It's basically what you're describing, kind of like an X card. Am I talking out my? Have you heard of the X card?
I think the X card, I think, came a little bit after. It's kind of based off of that, but
what is an X?
Yeah, the issue at hand, apparently they had an X card in that system.
Right. Well, okay.
What the fuck is an X card?
Okay. Do you want to explain?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so
I don't know what an X card is, asshole.
An X card, and I'm sure there's several ways to use it, but the idea is that there's a card, you know, has an X on it, and if you begin to feel uncomfortable at what's going on, right, where you have, like, the blinds and veils are set beforehand, but the X card is like, right now in this moment, this is a thing that I'm not okay with. You can kind of, you know, flip it up or whatever. Now, the problem with the X card, it's a great idea.
I don't like it.
But in practice, it's not a good idea. And the reason is because when you're bombarded with something, a lot of times, if it's something that makes you feel something, you're not thinking about it. You're not, like, instantly like, oh, here's the thing. Let me stop it or whatever. You're dealing with it. You're immersed, right? And it's only by reflection, by looking back, you're like, oh man, I should have done that. And this is something that we know from psychology in real assaults. A lot of times, right? You see somebody, oh, well, why didn't you stop him? Why didn't you just say no? Well, they're in the middle of something, right?
You forget.
And so that's why, like, an X card is it's a good idea in theory, but I don't think it comes across very well at the table. So
Really,
to use that as a defense for that case, so well, they had an X card in that game, she could have done that. Was well,
really
that
quick,
doesn't help
what is,
the situation.
What is a freeze response?
When you literally freeze up, like if something's traumatizing you, you're not okay with it. It's, you know, it's easy to look back in retrospect and say like, oh, I should have done X, Y, and Z. But when it's happening, you
Right.
freeze up.
Right.
Yeah, flight,
Literally.
flight, fight, freeze.
Right. Yeah, there's a bunch of like little videos on Twitter or TikTok or whatever of, you know, specifically one. It's this like teenage girl. She's walking down this alleyway. This car comes up, and the door opens up, and the guy's like trying to get her in to the car to take her away. And I believe it's either a dog or a cat runs out and fucking chases this dude off, like just going ape shit. And so the car speeds away, and the girl's just sitting there fucking freezed, right, or frozen. In the comments section, all these people are like, dude, what the fuck? Like, run. What is wrong with you? And even myself, like, watching it, I was like, GTFO, get the fuck out. What are you doing? What are you doing? And there you go. Like, what do? You're completely frozen, you know? So yeah, the X card, I'd never heard of it. It seems, I get the idea, and I think in certain situations it'd be fine. It irks me. Like, I'd rather someone, if I'm running, I should say, I would rather someone be like, hey, that's uncomfortable. But then would they be able to, right? I mean, that's the thing.
Well, I mean, it goes not only with uncomfortable topics, but it goes with your game in general, right?
Yeah.
And you have to be able to communicate. And unfortunately, that means a lot of times it happens in reflecting back. I think that's why just setting your expectations is so important up front, especially with new people.
And being honest about those expectations.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be as best you can, and then you check in and you go through it. I mean, I think it's fairly easy when you're playing with people that you already know, like your buddies. But it's
Sure.
when you're starting with new people.
Professional. Yeah. They're in a professional environment, and I'm sure somebody was getting paid in that environment. Is Roll20, I think, is what they were.
Yeah.
On a different note, talk about. I feel like we should move on, or no? Are we done with this?
Yeah.
Let me do chat really quick. Mike,
okay, yeah.
Shaw, hopefully I'm not mispronouncing your name. If I am, what can I say? The DM should have more control over the situation. Megan says the all-powerful phrase, fade to black. Yeah. Like,
I mean, it's over. It happened. It's hopefully people can learn from what happened.
Well, the idea
I bet he did.
of like don't have sex at the table. Like, there's plenty of games that I've run, and the moment that things start getting a little bit, you can feel it, right? If you start getting a little racy, fade to black. You know what happens. Hey, so what do you do? Oh, we go in there and shit goes down. Right. Roll performance, right on. Cool. You joke about it. You do whatever people can do, and you move on. In a public forum, that's a big old conversation. You have so much liability.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard when the DM is also the perpetrator, because in a game there's a lot where you're giving power over to this person. They're running the show. It's like the same as a director or something like that. So if they're the one doing the thing,
well, that's the thing. With the responsibility. What's the Spider-Man quote?
With great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah, right? like I can't. Again, I don't know the Adam Kobold thing, but just to use him as a scapegoat or as an example, it is on him. He's the DM, or he's the GM, and if someone even if it just got butthurt, it's still on him. It was a public forum. you got to deal with that. And if it was something that was actually like a sexual assault type situation, you got to deal with it. Deal with it with grace, and go ye therefore. Because if I'm in a game, for example, I've been accused of being a bully. I wrote a fucking short film about it. Where I had a huge falling out with someone, and they were in my game. This has happened several times. And years later, it comes back, and they're like, you did this, 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 and this, and you did it because of this. And there's this whole narrative of why. And from my perspective, none of it's true. But from their perspective, it is. Now, we can just not be friends, which is what happened in many of those situations. But if that had been a public forum, you know, there's an element of, I mean, if I'm the arbiter or the GM, I do bear a lot of the responsibility of how that looks. And I chose to go along with it and act a certain way. So, I don't know. I'm not sure the right way of going about that, but I think it goes beyond who's right or wrong or what really happened, right? Now it's into the interpretation of what happened. And regardless of the intention, regardless of the truth, actually, the aftermath is what you're actually dealing with. Like the fact that so-and-so was hurt and it was interpreted, that's what you're actually dealing with.
It's one thing that I think we may have even talked about before, but anytime that you have one of these interpersonal conflicts, there tend to be, well, there can be others, but for the most part, you have two things going on. The first is the actual problem, the thing that occurred in dealing with it. But the second one is how the people feel. And a lot of times those get conflated, right? Because what you have in any sort of conflict is some person saying that they're talking about their point of view and they're trying to explain things, and the other person trying to emote or share how they feel. And you don't have that connection, which sometimes you have to take the problem, the truth of it, or the actuality of it, and set it aside and be like, okay, let's handle how we feel about this first. And then, you know, once you get to that sort of common ground, after the emotions are gone and you're thinking again, then you can bring the problem back and then you can talk about it. Because you notice, you know, I think we've all gone through this, right? If you have a really intense emotional argument with someone, you're not seeing anything that matters at first. You're just emoting and yelling and you're upset, right? And then after that dies away and your emotions are drained, then suddenly you're having a great conversation and everything makes sense and you're like, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry too. Do that. So I think, you know, when it comes to a situation like that in public, you have this third idea of not only how people feel and what the problem is, but you also have this image, and you have the public and a voice that's out there, and that's, I don't even know how to navigate that. I sincerely hope I'm never in any sort of public scandal.
Isn't that the goal of us as creators? I mean, the only way we're ever going to get any views is if we do something a little bit that pisses some people off. Like that's where we're going to
Blackmagic games.
if I were, you know, if I were back in my 20s, if I were still in my 20s, then maybe I would, you know,
yeah, you don't want that. You don't want
do
that.
something crazy. But now
you're
getting too old.
I mean, it's just
Intrepid Adventurers. We kicked some ass.
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
Nubian Death Squad.
It's really
Nubian Death Squad. Is that what you said?
Oh my god, that does sound a little bit it's an edgy
It was a punk band we had.
Yeah.
Back in the day. It's good. Megan says sexual explicit topics yellow, sexual abuse red.
Yeah, it's like the blinds and veils that I was talking about, right? That sort of right?
Yeah.
It's like,
okay,
culturally, but murder's okay.
Murder's fine. Murder hobo. So really quick. So it's 11:14 for you, Jeff.
That's right.
10:14 for you, Ken. How do you guys feel about wrapping things up in the next 15 minutes or so?
Yeah, I think we need to wrap
that
things
good?
up. My grandmother's, she's
Up and at it.
she's agitated for some reason, so I
Yeah.
feel like I might need a little more
That's cool.
participation in her.
And streaming.
That's why I keep getting up and walking
Yeah.
away and then coming back, and so.
Yeah.
How many
Go on.
times did you guys? This is an open question to either Bill or Jeff. How many times were you worried about being arrested in China?
Never.
Yeah, never.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Is-
one of the things about this is something that I've told people before. And Jeff, we were in some situations ourselves. You know, there might be one or two.
Yeah, I just
Now
thought
that I
of
think
one
about
too. Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought of okay, there's one.
Actually,
You went inside China,
Actually-
and then there's so I can thought of one in China, and then there's one right outside of China in Mongolia.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
maybe there's a couple. So,
Yeah.
this is the thing that I would say. I fear. Disclaimer. Okay, disclaimer. I respect the police in America. Okay? That said, I fear the police in America. Anytime I see police, there's the potential some shit can go down. If I'm walking, I wear all black because I keep it real. Anytime I'm walking across the parking lot, at any moment, I could get assaulted by the fucking police. And the law doesn't matter. They got the guns and the tasers, and they're bigger than me. And that's it. They can make my life a living hell. They could kill me, and they'll get suspended. And I'm a white guy, right? In China, never did I feel this way. I never feared the police. I never was like, oh God, where are the police? Oh shit, I'm walking across the way. I mean, every so often, if you've traveled, you'll be in an airport and you'll see a motherfucker with a machine gun and you realize, oh, don't fuck around in the airport. They have a machine gun, right? So there's that element. When
Seems
not to
like-
fuck around.
Yeah, they're not only gonna fuck around with you, but
They'll
if they
kill
have a
you.
machine
They'll kill
gun,
you.
they'll
just
they'll
fucking
get
kill you.
everybody
If you're in
around you as
Tiananmen
well.
Square, if you're in Tiananmen Square and you fuck around, you will be disappeared.
There's a tank.
Now, you will probably just be questioned and no, you won't be tanked. You'll probably be snatched, put into a fucking van, driven away, questioned, and then let off somewhere. Most likely. Don't fuck around with the cops. This is what my point is. In China, in Cambodia, in fucking Vietnam, any of these places, you don't see the government until you fucking do.
Yeah.
And when you do,
Yeah, I was in Thailand for half a year, maybe a little more than half a year. I don't think I remember seeing a single police officer ever.
nope, don't fuck around. But if you do, there's no leeway.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to get into this mentality of, oh, things are safe. It's like they are safe until the shit hammer comes down. Jeff, go on.
Yeah.
I also think that it helps that they don't carry guns. Unless you're talking about
They
like
don't.
the guy
Unless
with the
it's
machine
Tiananmen
gun.
Square.
But like normal police officers, they don't. In fact, I remember, I don't know, I was kind of on a tear one night, just down the whiskey, listening to music pretty loud, and a couple buddies were over. Derek was one of them, and I guess we were too loud, and people called the cops on us. First time that has ever happened to me in China. It was crazy. And I guess they knew that I was a foreigner. There's a knock at the door, and I'm like, "What's that?" So Derek gets up to get the door, and he opens the door, and they they start talking to him.
He can't speak Chinese.
He can't, and he looks over at me, and he's like, "Hey, there are 4 cops here. Like they sent 4 cops." I'm like, something like only 4. He's like, "Should I, should we get more?" Like we're like joking about it.
The
We
rest are
know
downstairs.
yeah, we're not even concerned, we kind of like joke at him, and
and they're trying to be serious, but it's like they're just there long enough to know that, because I've seen, I think part of it is because I've seen a Chinese person and a cop fight, like fist fight, and then they just both walk away. Like no one's arrested. There's no guns. Like I've seen that happen before.
Yeah.
So like, they're not going to do
That's the thing.
because
When the shit goes down, the shit goes down.
Right.
For example, if you have drugs in China, you're gone.
Oh yeah, they'll kill you.
Like
They'll put a bullet in
you'll
your
go
brain.
walk your dog. You're gone.
Yeah, that was the same in Thailand. It was like, nope. If somebody like, I think somebody asked me for a cigarette, and when I was in Thailand, and I was like, nope. I don't think that's because I heard that if you gave somebody a cigarette, they'd kick your butt or something like that. That's like a thing,
Because it's bad for
same
them
with,
or something.
like you could be at a
Yeah.
table where they're passing around a joint and everybody's Thai, and if you pick that up, it's kind of like a bust almost. They're just kind of going for you in that situation.
Yeah, Thailand's different.
Like,
It's got a different feel to it.
Sure. Oh, I'm sure it's completely different.
The time that we were worried about the cops, Jeff, I think you were there. You may not have been there yet. Did you know Waka, the
Mhm.
roommate? Okay, so it was right before you got there. We went to this club, and in Beijing, and they had one of those dance floors that like lit up, like Billie Jean. You
Nice.
step on it and like light up, and
like a disco.
yeah, like a disco, like Saturday Night Live or Saturday Night Fever, and one of the yeah,
Nice.
and it was loud and everything, and we were with the lead singer of a band. So one of the Chinese girls that we were who was a part of sort of our cadre, she worked for the music industry, and she was chaperoning this lead singer for some band, some like fucking rock band that was on tour. And so he wanted to go rip and tear and do whatever. So we went to this disco, whatever. He's shithoused. And this is at a time when like your phone like was just big and heavy and like just a big brick, right? And so he pulls out his phone. We're about to leave. He pulls out his phone and he drops it on the dance floor. And the dance floor fucking cracks and
I
glitches
remember
out.
the story. Yeah.
All right, just goes, and he goes. So you have me, my buddy Waka, my girlfriend at the time, this French girl who could speak Chinese because she's like half French, half Chinese, and then her friends, and all of us, all at the same time, were like, "Fucking go!" Like not even talking, just going for the door, leave the phone, fucking throw the baby out with the bathwater. We're out. Don't pick up your coat. Do not pass go. Get on your fucking motor scooter, and we down the fucking alleyway. Peace, right? Oh no. Oh no. He's like, oh, my phone. Oh, the floor. Oh, this whole thing that fucking foreigners do in China, where they like make a deal of it. And the club owners came by, and people have this idea that Chinese people are small. Some of the largest people I've ever met have been Chinese. Are they Mongolian? I don't know. These two dudes, enormous people. Like I think they manufacture them. They're built like refrigerators, right? They have hands. like bananas. they lumber out and surround us. Now we're in the back. Big argument with all the Chinese girls, the club owners. They call the cops. Of course, they're paying off the cops. So we call the cops. Blah 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 blah. And there's a point where we're like, we look at the dude He was like, I've got all this money. It's cool. I can just pay them if they want. They wanted like $3,000. Context, Jeff. Do you think that dance floor cost $3,000?
Absolutely not. Like I would be I don't know, like $50. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he's like, oh, because he's stupid and he's a white guy in fucking China. So he's pulled out his wallet already.
Oh, no.
Just you fucking idiot.
Oh, idiot.
He's pulling out money. He's like, I'm so sorry. And we're like, shut the fuck up. Oh my God, you tool. You fucking tool bag. Shut the fuck up. There's a moment where literally we all like look, like the hands on the shoulder, boop, 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 boop. It's ready to go. Drag this motherfucker and just run. Out the back, on a fucking motor scooter. Some dude's like ride it backwards, fucking feet going everywhere. Tear ass. Thought we were going to the police station that night. And what's gonna happen? You're gonna get fucked. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a point where we tried to get into Mongolia, Jeff. I thought I was going to jail there.
Yeah, I thought, yeah. Because on his passport, dumbass had blonde hair. He had dyed hair. And they just did not believe it. And so they pull him off into a room, and there's like a dude with like a Dubshenko on, like a long coat, like a commissar, like like grilling him. And he's like, here, I can show you that it's really me. And he's like, okay. They let him get on a tablet to look at Facebook.
Because you can go Facebook on Mongolia.
But this motherfucker's name is Bill Bunkum on Facebook, and it says Will Hurst in his passport. They don't believe him. And I remember, I'm there.
Just got docked.
Yeah,
Dude, it was
like
so cold. It was winter in Mongolia.
Negative 40. Negative 40. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I remember like talking to her, like we're waiting outside. I'm like, my God, is like I've been here a month, and I'm about to go fight the Mongolian military. I'm gonna have to, and I tell her, I'm like, I'm about to go up there and just grab him. We're gonna have to run. I don't know what we're gonna do.
Dude.
I mean, we rode into the country on boxes. Like, oh my God.
You remember, you can't walk up to the border. It's called Zaman Ud. You can't, or Arlian. You can't go to the border. Okay, you have to hire a truck to go about. What is it? Yeah. Like half a mile?
Yeah.
And so we hire this truck that has no seats. Okay? It's negative 40.
Just in the back of
no seats.
In the back of this
We're just
truck.
on these boxes. And the guy who's sitting there, Jenny, she was Korean, so she could speak Korean, and the guy could speak Korean, so we could actually talk. This guy had the most beautiful eyes of any human being.
Yeah. Like gorgeous, like green
and just beautiful, and he's totally Mongolian as shit.
And driving with a giant like tall boy of beer, like this Russian beer, just pounding it as he's driving. You want some? It's like 7 a.m.
Oh yeah, dude. Fucking minus 40s. I told them they brought me upstairs, this huge rug and like a bear skin. And everybody's in like fucking, military shit, like Che Guevara shit. And they're like, who are you? And the guy's like drinking and smoking a cigar. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing here? They're like, we know your passport's fake. They said, we know your passport's fake. Just tell us you're in trouble with the Chinese government and we'll let you in. And I was like, what? Like, just tell us that this is fake and you're trying to escape the Chinese government, and we'll let you in.
Right.
And I'm like, all right, motherfuckers, just let me back into communist China, okay? So then, the way that I got in is I helped them in English, because they couldn't speak English very well. I helped them create their own Facebook accounts.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Right, because I remember like the girl was like showing him pictures of her kids or something, like,
and they went into the back and they were laughing. They were like, what are all these pictures? And I was like, God damn it, that's from like 2005. Like, my punk ass, like, drunk in downtown Lexington in a bush, like, like fucking face down. You know, like Megan, like
Bill's
this, like
international
pointing.
experience.
That's right.
And they're like,
Wait,
"You?"
wait to really put the best foot forward there, buddy.
Good. I was like,
Social,
"I'm American."
your social media presence does matter. I think
Whatever, they have
that
fucking exclamations in their names.
that I feel like that is the encapsulation of this episode. Your social media presence does matter.
The green-eyed
Well,
dragon.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
last words, Jeff, before we end this episode.
Well, thank you for having me. It was a lot of fun. It was interesting. It was good to see you guys. Nice to meet you as well.
Me too.
Yeah. So I hope to do it again, and maybe next time we'll talk more gaming. And but hey, if not, then not. That's fine with me too.
Less national and international scandal.
Yeah,
But
that's okay.
We need to get you on a one-shot this month if you have time.
Yeah.
let's do it.
Especially this month, it would be great.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
do it.
We'll be talking.
Maybe not this weekend, but next weekend. If
Last thoughts, Ken?
don't intellectually rape people.
Without
No.
their consent.
Solid,
I think
solid advice. You can take that to the bank.
Yeah. Noted.
I think consent is out the door if it's there's no such thing. I mean, that's just the point of All right, that's it.
Megan says those pictures that I took, random acts of ninja. So for real, I was not making any of that up. Megan was there with our buddy Sketch White, and myself, and we were climbing on buildings. Megan actually got us out of getting arrested by the cops on that one as well.
Nice. Good to have friends.
Bravo.
Yeah.
Last words, Erin Super Jones.
Jones, thanks for having me. This was fun. Sorry I caught it at the tail end of this esoteric conversation.
It's always a
I'll
pleasure.
come back another time. Yes, nice to meet you, Jeff. I've heard stories, so now I'm connecting those with a face.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
It's the best way. It's the
Terrible
best way.
things. Yeah.
Oh well,
Totally terrible.
Wrong.
it's all true too.
Someday we'll get the band back together. I tell people the band it's still going. We just haven't gotten back.
Yeah,
to
it
the
totally
same
is.
place.
Yeah.
What instrument do you play, Jeff?
I don't.
Tuba.
Oh, nice. All right.
No, I
Best band.
I pretend to play bass, drums.
Cool.
Make
He plays
sounds.
bass and the
It was
drums.
good.
Quite well.
Nice.
It's fun.
All right.
I think I've heard.
Yeah, you
bits
wanna
of
roll it
these.
out?
Anyway. Yeah, we'll roll it out. Thank you to our Patreon. You can find our Patreon at patreon.com/DreadLore. Tim Roberts, Daniel Holker, Nostalgic. Thank you for all this stuff you guys do. You guys are awesome. Couchfire Media, thanks for the art and media production. And Trois Reblay production.
Whoever they are.
Thank you for being a friend.
Start playing that song.
We out. We'll be back next Thursday, 7
Good
p.m.
night.
ish Eastern Standard.
Good night, y'all. Yeah, good night.